Yes, I can, Madam Chair. Chime in now, Chairman. Ready? We kindly ask for a moment of silence. Start the time. Madam Chair, committee members, and participants, we are now live.
Good morning. This is the Committee on Education hosting today's hearing on public hearing on resolution number 210978. Before we begin today's public hearing, I'll have to make the following announcement. Due to the continued threat of public health from COVID-19 and the Delta variant, City Council committees are currently meeting remotely. We're using Microsoft Teams to make these remote hearings possible. Instructions for how the public may view and offer public testimony at public hearings of council committees are included in the public hearing notices that are published in the Daily News, Inquirer, and Legal Intelligencer prior to all hearings, and can also be found on the phillycouncil.com website. I now note that the hour has come. Will the clerk please call the roll for attendance? Members that are in attendance, please indicate that you're present when your name is called. Also, please say a few brief words when responding so that your image can be displayed on screen when you speak. Can the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember O.
Present. Good morning, Chairwoman. Good morning, colleagues. I am present.
Councilmember Brooks.
Good morning. I am present.
Councilmember Gim.
Good morning, I'm present.
Councilmember Squilla.
Good morning, Madam Chair and colleagues present.
Councilmember Gaudier.
Good morning, Madam Chair, colleagues, and to all of the panelists present.
Councilmember Thomas. And Chairwoman Sanchez.
Good morning, I am present. Thank you. A quorum of the committee is present, and this hearing will now be called to order. This is a public hearing of the Committee on Education regarding Resolution 210978. Will the clerk please read the title of the resolution?
Resolution number 210978, calling for public hearings in Council's Committee on Education to examine the school district's newly proposed admission process for criteria-based middle and high schools.
Before we begin to hear testimony from the witnesses we have for today, everyone who has been invited to the meeting to testify should be aware that this is a public hearing that is being recorded. Because the hearing is public, participants and viewers have no reasonable expectation of privacy. By continuing to be in the meeting, you are consenting to be recorded. Additionally, prior to recognizing members for questions or comments, behalf of witnesses, I will note for the record at this time that we will use the chat feature available on Microsoft Teams to allow members to signify that they wish to be recognized. In order to comply with the Sunshine Act, the chat feature must only be used for this purpose. Will the clerk please call the first panel to testify this morning on Resolution 210978?
The first panel is Donna Bullock, Dr. Joshua Wilson, Stephen Kleiman, Dr. Keely McCarthy, Jaya Ramji Nagales, and Kimberly Caputo.
Yes, and Chair, I do have an opening statement.
My apologies, Council Member O. The Chair recognizes Councilman O for opening statement before the panel gets started.
Thank you very much, Chair. I received a phone call from parents who live in Southwest Philadelphia. I don't know them. They try to reach me through a friend. I live in Southwest Philadelphia in Cobbs Creek, King Sessing, and I have lived there my whole life. I attended public school at Longstreth and then Turner Middle School. It is described as a high crime, poor, African-American neighborhood. The parents who contacted me, they told me that their son was fortunate to receive financial aid, a grant, a scholarship to Catholic school, where he excelled. His GPA was close to 4.0. He did extremely well in the standardized tests in the 98th percentile. They struggled in the community to keep him off the streets, to keep him safe, where there is a lot of violence and danger. They were proud of his work ethic and his commitment to helping others. Great recommendations, and they believed that would be explained in his essay. They were alarmed, and what they were telling me, I was unclear of because I didn't have any details. I was even unsure of what was going on. What they told me is that they learned that there's a new process to get into one of the criteria-based schools. In this case, it was Central High School. That Central High School and other magnet schools, under a new process just announced by the school district and already implemented with great confusion, was that their son's standardized tests would not be taken into account. His recommendation letters would not be taken into account. And his essay would be graded by a computer program, which they felt very insecure about. I have since learned that the computer program obviously cannot judge content, but is specifically not to be used for grading. It's a teaching aid. And therefore, that left them with GPA, but they understood to some extent, and were asking me, that GPA is not the only criteria, in the sense that perhaps their son, for example, got a 3.8 GPA, someone might have a 3.2, but then it's in a lottery. And that was very disturbing to them, but they also said they understood that some zip codes would receive weight. What weight? How much weight? What zip codes? I don't know what the zip codes are as of today, but at the time I looked at it, there were no zip codes in West Philadelphia, no zip codes in Southwest Philadelphia, no zip codes in South Philadelphia, no zip codes in most parts of Philadelphia that represent underserved communities. So it was unclear to me at that time what the basis of all of this was. What it turns out to be is it's an effort to reach equity, and I don't see that at all. But that can be debated. However, the problem appears to me to be the fact that this was announced a day before a 7-week window opened for applications to these criteria-based admissions schools. And people were reeling from the fact that an entirely new process had been put in without their knowledge, without their opportunity to discuss or to have experts weigh in on it, and that it was already implemented. We have witnesses today, and we have parents today, and the fundamental question is this system better than what had existed before? And certainly the issues around it include the fact that Philadelphia, by some accounts, is ranked 597th out of 707 school districts in the state of Pennsylvania, putting us at the bottom 15, where we have to fight, parents and students, to get a good education, whereas other students, simply by where they live, and they just go to school, and it's a great school. It is the fact that there isn't equal opportunity or equity in any of this, but the issue is access. In other words, not improving neighborhood schools, not providing academic programs and alternatives and opportunities, but simply going in and changing the admissions process for those schools that parents feel provide a good education in a city that does not provide good education. So by doing this system, is it equity? Equality is fairness. $1,000, I get 500, you get 500. Equity is an adjustment for disadvantages. Perhaps I have a disadvantage. So instead of 500, I get 600, you get 400. Equity of outcome. This process does neither. It ends up taking away from people the opportunity to go to a school as good as St. Joe's Prep, Germantown Friends, Baldwin, or Friends Select, which the tuition is between $18,000 and $42,000 a year. But anyone in Philadelphia, through self-determination effort, though not perfect, can go to a criteria-based school, or what we call a magnet school. And is this a better system? And it certainly is not clear that it is. And so this provides an opportunity for parents and community and experts to now provide to the school district, to the city of Philadelphia, and to our council members what they would have liked to have told the school district. And some people will say that they like the system, and some people will say they do not. But I thank you, Chair, for holding this hearing, and I appreciate my colleagues taking the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Helen Gim for opening remarks.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I apologize to the public for the condition of my voice. I'm trying to get it back, but I wanted to make some brief opening remarks in case I'm not able to fully participate in a Q&A later. I want to, first of all, thank all the community members, parents, educators who are on this hearing or who are watching this hearing, because today needs to be a conversation about equity. And that is an important conversation that we need to have. It has been a critical conversation since the advent of the creation of special selection schools, criteria-based admission schools in the school district of Philadelphia. And it is particularly important because in recent years, we have seen an alarming drop in the number of African-American student enrollment at many of our criteria-based admission schools. That is an issue for the entire city to be concerned about. That is a particular issue that I'm certainly concerned about and have raised directly with the superintendent, in particular around a school that two of my children attended, Masterman. And in particular, when we see plummeting student enrollment, there needs to be an analysis, there needs to be addressing of conditions, there needs to be dialogue, and there needs to be change. I think the question isn't whether we go with a new system or go with the old system. Things need to change in order for equity to be achieved here in the school district of Philadelphia. But I do have serious issues about this process. I think some of them my colleague, Councilmember David O, addressed. There's no question that in terms of process, announcing a brand new high school selections process on the day that high school selection effectively opens, with almost no information going to parents, is irresponsible. It created chaos and uncertainty, fear and suspicion. That is the wrong approach towards any school system, towards its students, towards its parents, and towards its educators, and towards our city. I think that there was no question that there was no significant public input. I know we will hear from the district that there might have been some amounts of parent surveys that might have gone out. That is not a substitution for input. There was no significant input into this decision that was made. And a generation of kids, certainly a whole class of them, are deeply impacted by that. And that also is unacceptable. And then finally, I want to take issue with the idea of what equity is and what it isn't. Equity is a purposeful change in practice, policy, resources, and investments. It requires human intervention because otherwise things will go the way, polling goes or the way SAT scores go, we know that they reflect privilege. And thus, equity requires intervention. That is why I do primarily take issue with the school district's announcement that this process intends to, quote unquote, remove all human judgment from the admissions process of select schools. That is not equity. It is not equity in any definition. It is randomness. Randomness is not synonymous with equity. Randomness can be chaos. Randomness can also be inequity. And randomness does not build for confidence, trust, and engagement in a better, more equitable school system that serves all students and not the most privileged. We also know that some of the computer algorithms that are being proposed for things like a writing essay make no sense in the criminal justice field, and they do not make sense in the evolution of young people. Many young people, one thing that we know about computer algorithms is that they can measure a pre-inserted formula of effectiveness, but they cannot measure heart, they cannot measure potential, they cannot measure the power of a young person's voice to speak to experience. It is shocking to me that a computer would read and review essays for applications to a school. And so, again, I want to emphasize algorithms, removing human judgment, are in no way a form of equity. They're not an assuring change, and I do not think that they are a better change. And then finally, the last thing I want to say is that the longstanding issues around equity in the school district, not only plummeting enrollment of African American students at criteria-based schools, but the plummeting number of African American teachers in the school district of Philadelphia, the plummeting number of African American leadership in the city, is something that should be, school leadership in the city, is something that needs to be a top priority in this school district. One without the other, and not having a fuller sense of our commitment to all schools, particularly our elementary schools, resources that are invested in them, makes this move even more difficult to understand. And so I hope this conversation today is going to be a complicated one. I know our school board has been dedicated to its goals and guardrails, but I also urge the school board to understand that equity isn't played out in algorithms and things that are created down in 440. They're executed in classrooms all across the city of Philadelphia, in the welcomeness that young people feel as soon as they step foot into a school, in terms of the opportunities that they are granted when mistakes are made, in terms of opportunities for scholarship, external opportunities for leadership that are provided in schools and outside of them. I expect that this will be an ongoing conversation far beyond this hearing. I want to thank the chair and the sponsor for taking the time to hold it. But I do believe that we are going to have a much more serious, dedicated conversation to equity that goes far beyond school selection and admission, and that we should challenge any equity definition that calls for the removal of human judgment and relies on computer algorithms. Those are not, again, equity. We need a fuller vision of it. I look forward to that conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Ginn. The chair recognizes Councilmember Gautier for some opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my fellow Education Committee members and to the City of Philadelphia. We're here today because there is a glaring equity problem in many of our criteria-based high schools. Just a few months ago, students from some of these schools voiced their concerns over the dwindling enrollment of Black and Hispanic students, and they are understandably disturbed by how the demographics at the city's top schools do not even come close to reflecting the demographics of Philadelphia as a whole. While I commend the school district for putting a plan in place specifically to address the disparities in the selection process, the implementation of this plan has left me with many questions, the most pressing of which is about the prioritization of students by zip code and the timeline for implementation. By using large areas to determine representation in the city's criteria-based schools, thousands of children from underrepresented neighborhoods are at risk of being overlooked because they share a zip code with students from more resourced areas. As one example from my district, which is not included in any of the zip codes that are given preference, I would want to be sure that kids from Cobbs Creek are represented in the top schools the way that students from Cedar Park are, because these are very different neighborhoods, even though they share a zip code and are only a few minutes apart. If a prioritization model like this one is truly to be effective, we need to look at smaller sections of the city so that students are grouped in a way that allows the student bodies of our criteria-based schools to be more reflective of our city's diversity. The timing of the implementation of this new process also gave me pause. The school selection feedback survey was open until June 11th, and results and solutions were released the first week of October, the same week that the high school selection process for the next year began. And it concerns me that parents and students were notified of the changes to the application process the same week that students were expected to begin choosing the high schools that they wanted to attend. In a system that's already inequitable, it would be almost impossible for even well-resourced students to adjust to these kinds of massive changes, let alone our most vulnerable students. The selection process does need an overhaul, but we need to evaluate whether the system that has been put in place for the upcoming school year will actually create the equity that we are striving for in our city schools. So I look forward to the conversation today, and I appreciate the sponsor of this resolution and the chair of this committee for hosting it.
Thank you so very much. I know that at last week's school board meeting, there was a lot of discussion around this issue. I look forward to this morning's conversation. And like my colleagues, I'm very concerned because we're finally recognizing the issue of equity, racial equity, and then we roll out something that is so bumpy and so chaotic. And this is not the kind of conversation we should be having. We should be having a conversation about providing more opportunity, not less opportunity. And so I hope that through this conversation and the conversation that has been happening by the school board, that the school district will listen to many of the folks who are going to testify today and really consider what it's going to implement this year and how we can better improve this process. So I also want to thank the resolution sponsor for this discussion. So with that, we will start with our first panel. Want to reiterate that we Honorable Donna Bullock first, Dr. Joshua Wilson, Stephen Kleiman, Dr. Keely McCarthy, Jada Ramin Nogales, and Kimberly Caputo. So Representative Bullock, as a parent also of a graduate of Masterman in Central, I can tell you that this is an issue that I have personally experienced myself, this process. So thank you very much. Good morning. You can proceed.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Councilwoman, Chairwoman Maria Quinones-Sanchez. First, let me thank my former boss, in his absence, Council President Darrell Clark. As I mentioned, the Chairwoman, Councilmember David O., and the members of the Education Committee for inviting me to speak today. For the record, my name is Donna Bullock, and I serve as the representative of the 195th Legislative District, chair of the Pennsylvania Legislative Black Caucus, and most important title, a parent in the Philadelphia School District. In early October, I had to share with my son, a current 8th grader at Carver, that the school selection process had changed. His immediate response, I can't stay at my school. You see, my son had enrolled in Carver Middle School after participating in a tour, meeting its principal, learning about its STEM programs, talking to students, and reading on its website that the middle school was a path to entering the Carver school community early. Since the inception of its middle school program, substantially all of its middle school students continued on through the high school, comprising of about 25% of the high school class, while welcoming in new students from all across the city to fill the other 75% of the seats. The school had a reputation for its small, diverse community. Its 900 plus 7th through 12th grade students are more than 60% Black, 13% Asian, 9% Latino, and 8% white. More than 2/3 of the students come from economically disadvantaged households, and many of them will be the first in their families to attend college. And when the school was recognized as a Blue Ribbon School in 2019, our Board of Education President Joyce Wilkerson praised the school for its diversity, saying, and I quote, "I want to salute Carver's commitment to diversity and equity. It does it in a way no one else does. It's unmatched in the city," end quote. But the school district's recent announcement puts all of that into question. I share that because as I prepared my remarks for today, it required me to understand the very privileged and competing responsibilities that I bring to this conversation. Every parent, including lawmakers like myself, is going to do what is best for their child, and I acknowledge that. But I am also a legislator who has advocated for equitable solutions to address the disparities created and perpetuated by years of historically racist and inequitable systems, institutions, and investments. So I do not take this conversation lightly. As we spent a year talking about equity, as legislators, we now face the conundrum of what does equity really look like beyond words and eloquent statements? What does equity look like in our policies and actions? How do we fund equity in our budgets? And even more challenging, how do we achieve equity with limited resources? Equity is about giving people what they need to have the same access to the same opportunities and benefits. But when it comes to limited resources, or in this case, a limited number of seats in top performing schools in an otherwise underperforming school district that is also underfunded by state funds, how do we equitably divide the pie when we simply don't have enough pie? In this case, we create winners and losers, and no matter how we slice that pie, we'll just have another set of winners and losers. And the more I talk to parents at Carver, at SLA Beaver, at Masterman, at schools all across the city, I realize that more is at stake than the 8th grade class at Carver. We must do this right. We have a chance as legislators, as policymakers, as lawmakers, as leaders, and as parents to be critical of any and all policies, even those that claim to address equity, and to ensure that they actually achieve the goals that they set forth and not set us back. We have an obligation to do so for our children and for our constituents. So before I move on, I want to applaud the City Council for holding this hearing and asking the tough questions. As explained by the council members in their opening remark, the school district announced this online application at the same time that they announced the significant changes to the process. It's not the first time that they've attempted to do this, and nor are they the only school district to try. New York City also implemented a lottery last year, among other things, with modest results. A decade ago, Chicago Public Schools used a race-based admissions program. It now chooses 30% of its students from a citywide pool, and the remaining 70% from a much complicated process that draws evenly from the top students from various socioeconomic tiers in census tracts throughout the city rather than zip codes. This is not easy. As we heard, Philadelphia's changes include removing barriers to eligibility, such as making algebra available to every single middle school student and removing the foreign language requirements. Changes that I believe are appropriate and equitable without question. But the more aggressive and controversial changes that included a lottery for eligible students, that included an online writing assessment created by an algorithm, that included zip code preferences only representing one section of the city, all of these threw the policy and the process into question. The merits of these policies will be discussed by other panelists, so I will focus on process, much like the opening remarks from the council members. The school district's development and implementation of this new admissions process is fraught with miscommunication, lack of transparency, conflicting information, and mishaps, such as the total system failure during the administration of the online writing assessment at one school. These things continue to call into question the effectiveness of the policy, and more specifically, the ability of the school district to execute it. The Board of Education adopted a broad policy about equity during the last spring. This was all part of its goals and guardrail framework, a policy that at such a high level, all of us would agree with. We all acknowledge how we must address equity and access in these criteria-based schools. But the policy lacked any details about how we would actually achieve equity. Those details were left to the school district personnel and were developed without much public input other than an online survey. And even that survey failed to build any consensus around some of the most polarizing changes in the new process. And to my knowledge, there wasn't any public comment or opportunity to provide feedback on the proposed changes before the announcement. And even if these steps were taken to engage school district families, they clearly were not sufficient, as many families, teachers, students, and faculty were shell-shocked by the announcement of the changes this fall. This alone should have given the school district pause to ask whether they effectively rolled out this process. Furthermore, the announcement had very little details about the online writing assessment, the zip code preferences, or any clarity about how it applied to middle schools like Carver that had traditionally served as a pipeline to their high schools. School district personnel admitted that they were still developing the process as the process was being implemented. Students, parents, and teachers and guidance counselors waited as details trickled out, and yet many questions remained leading up to November 21st application deadline, during the administration of the online writing assessments these last few weeks, and even today. Does the use of technology through both the lottery and the online writing assessment truly eliminate bias and achieve equity? According to Virginia Eubanks in her book, Automating Inequality, technology systems don't remove the bias, they simply move it. Move it to a different set of winners and losers. Technology is not a substitute for justice, and the use of algorithms in the delivery of public services often fail the most vulnerable. So how are we safeguarding against those concerns? What was the process for selecting the companies that developed this technology, the technology to administer the lottery and the writing assessment? How exactly would zip code preferences be applied? Was this change really just about a few schools or a few administrators, and why couldn't we address those behaviors in those specific situations? Could the lottery possibly make a school like Carver less diverse? And what, if any, appeals process even exists? These are just a few questions. The school district's approach to developing and announcing this new admissions process, as mentioned by earlier comments, did not build any confidence in the school district. In fact, it bred distrust and discontent. It unnecessarily pit families against each other and caused division. Policies and actions to achieve equity must be strategic, they must be intentional, and they must be inclusive. They should reflect our values as a city, and they must have buy-in to work. It is not sufficient to say this is equity for equity's sake without explanation. If the health department were to decide to distribute vaccines by lottery, there would be public outcry, and we would question how do we prioritize those most in need. If the city were to award city contracts by lottery to achieve equity, such a shift in policy and practices would require months of public engagement. And if we had determined which laws to pass based on an algorithm, I'm not sure how many of us would get reelected. For the next several years, we will be faced with more challenges when it comes to how we equitably distribute resources and services. The question is, are we willing to do the hard work to create real equity and not just a reallocation of the same pieces of the small pie? The harder work would be figuring how do we create more pie, more quality seats in classrooms across the city? How do we replicate the success of a Carver or a Central or Masterman and other parts of our great beloved city? How do we invest in our neighborhood schools, and how do we keep fighting at the state for fair funding, for the fair funding formula, so that Philadelphia has the resources to provide more opportunity for all of our students? Since that October conversation with my son, I constantly checked my own moral compass. Yes, I want my son to go to the school he believes best matches his interest and would best prepare him for his next chapter. But I also want that for his classmates, a diverse group of students from all across the city and from all different socioeconomic backgrounds. I want that for the Shining Star at Gideon Elementary in North Philadelphia, for the student at McMichael and West, or at Childs Elementary in South Philadelphia. And I want that for the student coming from St. Malachi, entering the school district for the first time. We have a responsibility to all of our students, and reshuffling the equity deck doesn't get us there. Investing in equity does. I look forward to hearing the testimony from all of the other panelists. And again, I want to thank City Council for taking this opportunity to allow the public to hear from the school district and to ask the hard questions to make sure we are getting this opportunity to address equity right. We must do it right. This is the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bullock. Thank you as a parent of a public school student. Thank you so very much. It's so important to have your voice in Harrisburg, and we appreciate the collaboration. Dr. Joshua Wilson, can you proceed with your testimony?
Thank you. Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Okay, thank you. Good morning. Thank you, council members, for inviting me to offer my testimony at today's City Council education hearing. My name is Dr. Joshua Wilson, and I'm an Associate Professor of Education at the University of Delaware. I'm an expert in the use of automated scoring and automated writing evaluation tools in K-12 education. I have published 17 articles on this topic, and my research has been funded by the U.S. Department of Education, Institute of Education Sciences, the Spencer Foundation, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I wanted to share my concerns about the writing sample that is being used as part of the school selection process. But first, I do want to clarify that the district's decision in absence of PSSA scores to evaluate writing is laudable. Writing is one of the best predictors of academic success. In addition, it's also laudable that the district recognizes the challenges of efficiently and reliably scoring student writing. Scoring writing is time-consuming, challenging work. It is virtually impossible to institute an efficient and reliable human scoring process. Without substantial rater training, scoring writing can be filled with error and bias. Indeed, rater error, as it is known in the field, is perhaps the largest source of error in writing evaluation. Thus, the decision by the district to adopt a scoring method that ensures consistency and objectivity, increases efficiency, and reduces biases is also reasonable and laudable. Automated essay scoring can be a natural solution in that regard. Automated essay scoring, or AES, sometimes called machine scoring, is the use of computer algorithms to assign scores to student writing that are highly consistent with those a trained rater would assign. Those scores are returned immediately with no human effort, and those scores are 100% consistent. The computer is not biased by the student's name, gender, race, attendance, or behavior, or anything else that a rater may consciously or unconsciously inform the way that they score that student's writing sample. AES just examines the features of that essay, features such as vocabulary, sentence structure, cohesion, coherence, and assigns a score based on how that essay compares to essays it scored previously. So turning to AES could be seen as a reasonable decision by the district. Indeed, there is precedent to suggest that automated scoring can make placement decisions. For example, the Write Placer test, designed by the College Board, is a writing test scored using AES that is used in community and four-year colleges to determine whether a student requires developmental or basic writing courses before taking credit-bearing courses. And finally, there is a new form of educational technology that incorporates AES and automated feedback to help support the teaching and learning of writing. This technology, sometimes referred to as automated writing evaluation, combines automated scoring and automated feedback to help students learn the strengths and weaknesses of their writing, helps teachers promote greater amounts of writing practice and more rapid practice feedback cycles, and ultimately help improve writing instruction and writing outcomes for students. Indeed, the Am I Right system used by the School District of Philadelphia is one such program, a program I've done a lot of research on myself. In my research, I show that by giving students feedback about the ways they can improve their essays when revising, Am I Right provides benefits to teachers and students. So the first point I want to make is that AES itself, automated essay scoring, is not the bad guy. It's not that there are no valid uses of AES. There are. However, it depends on how AES is used. Which brings me to my concerns about the school district's writing sample as part of its school selection process. As I will share, these concerns include how AES is being used here, but also include the writing, they're also broader and include the way that the writing assessment is independent of AES. So my concerns. First, I do not believe the use of the Am I Right system in this instance is appropriate. Am I Right is not intended to be used as part of high-stakes decision-making. Am I Right is intended to support classroom-based writing instruction, giving students feedback about ways they can improve their essays when revising. Further, it is not meant to be used without a teacher or a human rater looking at student writing. Yet this is what is happening here. And here's an example of why using Am I Right for high-stakes decisions is inappropriate. Its scoring system is deliberately designed not to evaluate content. It only evaluates the quality of the writing. This is not because AES can never score content. It can. It's also not because Measurement Incorporated, the developers of Am I Right, do not know how to create those kinds of AES algorithms or models. They can. Am I Right doesn't score for content because doing so would mean that Am I Right would need to include a very limited number of writing prompts that teachers would not be able to create their own writing prompts or embed their curriculum's writing prompts. If Am I Right is intended to work in different school districts, in different schools, and with different curricula, it would be a substantial limitation to only include a limited number of prompts that students can practice on. Instead, the tool is designed to score only for writing quality, ignoring content, so that it can be maximally flexible across instructional contexts. And this is okay, because it's intended to be used in conjunction with a teacher who also reads and provides feedback on the student's writing. If the system is scoring for general aspects of writing quality, it frees up the teacher to address the content issues. And when I work with teachers, I say, that's what you go to, that's what you've gone to school to do. You really want to help writers develop their voice, develop their insights. So it frees you up to do what you've gone to school to do. You didn't go to school to be an editor, or else you'd have been an editor. If the system were designed to be a placement test or support placement decisions, it would be desirable and preferable to score for content and include only a limited number of prompts to ensure that students' writing is scored more fully and appropriately in that context. And in fact, thinking about the Right Placer example, that assessment uses AES, but that AES system scores for content. Indeed, when you remove the teacher as reader from Am I Right and use an AES system that doesn't score for content, it introduces the possibility that students can compose off-topic prompts or well-written nonsense. This type of writing could conceivably receive a higher score than the writing of a student that is responding to the prompt and has creative insights, but has more errors in basic writing skills. And this is a serious issue if there are high stakes attached to performance, stakes like school selection, which is the case in the current situation. Next, I know of no research that validates the cut scores selected by the district as predictive of future success in those respective schools. Absent appropriately researched and validated cut scores, decision on who can and cannot enter the lottery may not be accurate and thus may cause harm. Why a 22? Why not 24 or 21? Why a 17 and not 16 or 18? While there are percentiles attached to the scores that Am I Right produces, it is unclear whether those scores are nationally normed or represent a population of students writing in response to 90-minute writing prompts, which is what the school district has elected to use as its a writing sample. I'm unaware of any published research from Measurement Incorporated that describes those aspects of the percentile scores. Thus, I would not treat the Am I Right percentile scores as equivalent to percentile scores generated from a validated norm reference test like the PSSA. Finally, it is well known in the field of writing assessment that a single writing prompt is insufficient to make an accurate decision about a student's writing ability. Students vary in their performance relative to the genre of the prompt, whether they compose narrative, informational, or opinion pieces, and relative to the topic of the prompt, for example, writing about outer space or bravery, or the role of automation in industry, for example. These variations mean that a score from a single writing assessment indicates only so much about a student's writing skills. And I've done research showing that when using Am I Right with elementary students, you arrive at a much more generalizable estimate of a student's true writing ability if they complete 3 30-minute writing prompts, one prompt in each genre, and then taking the average of those scores. Thus, I wonder if the district would have been better served allocating the 90-minute assessment window to elicit 3 30-minute writing samples in different genres versus a single writing sample. So in sum, I do think the district was wise to think about the role of writing assessment in making predictions about student success in academically demanding schools. I also think it was wise to consider ways to make that scoring that writing assessment maximally reliable and efficient, removing any human bias that may be limiting diversity in these schools. Looking to AES was also reasonable as it has a number of benefits and it can address those goals. However, MEMI was not intended to be used in this way, and coupled with the lack of research on the selected cut scores and issues surrounding single item writing assessments, good intentions unfortunately arrived at a very problematic writing assessment scenario that should be reconsidered given the stakes attached. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. That was very insightful. Stephen Kleiman. Please state your name for the
Yes.
record and proceed with your testimony.
Yes, thank you. Turning on my audio and video. 1 second.
My apologies. Give me a minute. The chair recognizes Councilmember Green has joined us. Did you have an opening comment or you had a comment, Councilmember?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank Councilmember O and all of the other council members that sponsored this resolution. Although I'm not a member of the Education Committee, I'm definitely concerned in reference to this new policy and direction. I will be listening and paying attention, but I support the efforts of both you, Madam Chair, as well as Councilmember O and the other members of this committee in addressing this issue that was really somewhat taken aback in reference to how quickly this proposal came about when many parents and others were not aware of it. So thank you for the opportunity, and I will be listening as a ex-officio, I guess, a member of this committee. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. I also want to recognize, he's raised his hand, Councilmember Thomas. Councilmember Thomas, did you have something to add?
No, not really. I just wanted to note for the record that I'm present, and also thank you to the leadership on this issue. I actually have a 4th grade son, so for ethical purposes, I try to stay away from this conversation because whatever decisions are going to be made is going to have a direct impact on my son. But I do echo the sentiments of my colleagues as it relates to the concern around this issue. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Council. I appreciate your leadership.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Mr. Kleiman, my apologies. You can get started.
Great, thank you. And I'm just sharing my screen. 1 second. I just want to make sure that everybody can see that on the screen, School District of Philadelphia. I'm sorry, can everybody see that? Yes, thank you. So good morning, and again, thank you for the chance to testify. My name is Steve Kleiman. I'm a parent of a student applying to high school, but I'm here because for over 30 years, I led research initiatives at a nonprofit here in Philly, best known for developing the licensing exam for physicians in the US. My job for many years was to look for novel assessment approaches, including cutting-edge technologies like automated scoring. I served there as Senior Vice President for Research and Discovery and have published on a range of assessment topics. Professor Wilson shared with us a few reasons why the writing sample is problematic. Designed for feedback, not high-stakes use. Cut scores not validated. One sample not enough. I'll build on that and describe how the writing sample is delivered, how automated scoring is used by another major company, and some additional challenges, and one replacement idea. Well, first, to put a face on this, we're talking about scores and cut points, but a few thousand 8th graders are right now vying for 1,300 positions in 5 schools affected by this. For many, getting in is their aspiration, and maybe even their ticket out. The decision about this has very real and personal consequences. So how does it work? Students have 90 minutes, and after they write their essay, they click submit, a score appears on the screen on a scale of 6 to 30, indicating whether they will enter the lottery or not. To see how this can be done differently, we look to leaders in the industry. The Educational Testing Service has been using automated essay scoring for TOEFL. It's the test of English as a foreign language. It's a 3-hour test of reading, listening, speaking, and writing. And yes, the writing sample is scored by computer, but there are some big differences. There are 2 writing samples, not 1. It's rated by a computer and a human. If the computer and the human disagree, another human rates it. You can retake the test as many times as you want. It only counts 25% of your score, and there's no pass-fail. In measurement, as Professor Wilson started to talk about, even when a test looks like it's working, we worry about threats to score interpretation. That is, what could have gone wrong that makes the score suspect? Especially for high-stakes decisions, there needs to be rigorous study whenever new threats are plausible. And there are a few that I'd add in to what were already mentioned. One seemingly innocent one was that there was no practice with the software beforehand. There are a few possible threats here, but one is that some might have provided their children with practice to learn how to do better against the computer and gain an advantage. Another concern I have has to do with the possibility of bias. And I think Professor Wilson and I agree on this, and it takes a little unpacking. But I'd like to back up a little bit and to say a little bit more about what the computer is actually doing. The computer scoring is done by modeling human ratings of essays. But humans can have bias. And because the computers model the humans, the computers can be biased. ETS studies show that the English as second language TOEFL test takers were upscored or downscored by the software systematically. And there were some differences, for example, among those originating in different countries and continents. So efforts must be expended to pre-test in a representative population and look for and correct it in the model and score. So yes, they can score without bias, but it takes a lot of work and analysis to do that. So let's move maybe now to what can we do to replace the writing sample score? What are some of our options at this point? To think about it, I made it easy for myself. I assumed that we have only a couple weeks and no money. So under those conditions, I was left with a few choices. We got to use existing data, and that consists of standardized test scores or grades. And I'm going to take us down the latter path quickly, but other options should still be on the table. So grades. Why grades, you say? A lot of schools use it for 9th grade selection, and middle school grades are a good predictor of high school grades. Well, aren't we using them already? Yes and no. In the design of this year's criteria for school selection, schools require, for example, A's and B's. But operationally, that's not what it means. It means A's or B's, not A's and B's. It means that if someone has all B's, they move on to the lottery. If they have all A's, they move on to the lottery. There is no distinction made between A's and B's. It's a 1-0. It's one bit of information. Well, let's use numbers instead of grades. If someone got an A in English and it was a 92, use the number 92. That increases the information content from 1 bit to 20 bits because the scores range from 80 to 100. And the data is already there in the school systems. But doing this just for English raises a question. Why just English? Why just a writing sample? If we already have a math numerical grade, let's use it. And once we're down that path, we're right at GPAs. Take the core subjects and do the same, and we now have potentially 80 times the amount of information. But we also have another half year of school for the 8th graders. We can fold that into a GPA. We've now increased the amount of information by 2 orders of magnitude. Now, I don't want to trivialize this because correction may well be needed to ensure comparability of grades across schools. But a lot of that information may already be in the school district systems. Does it make sense why we want more information, not less? How many of you would bet $1,000 that you know what that image is? How many of you would bet $1,000 that you know what that image is? In high resolution, even upside down, we recognize Mona Lisa. We don't recognize her in low resolution. Without better information, it's not just that we're going to pick the wrong students. It's that some of the most promising kids are just not going to be seen. But this is where it gets interesting, at least for me. What are the problems that we're grappling with that are right at the border of this? In the new school selection process that could be managed through GPAs and maybe in some different ways. So let me have everybody look at this one. Select the student most likely to succeed in high school. Which one is going to be most likely to succeed? Well, I'm going to go with this person who got the 97 and 94.4% attendance. But the way the new system is implemented, it's a 1-0. So if you have an A, you get a 1. If you have a B, you get a 1. If you have a 94.4% attendance, you get a 0.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thank you. And yes.
Just wanted to say hi before you had to jump
Yeah. Apologies in advance for not staying on camera.
That's why we do the meetings now. It's so much easier.
I'm sorry, someone's microphone is not muted and we are listening to the conversation. Please mute so we don't hear your conversation. Thank you.
So in this example, that person, that A, is going to be kicked out of the lottery. The 94.4% does not qualify to enter the lottery. The 95% is a 1-0. So that person is going to be disqualified from attending any of these criteria-based schools because of a 1-day difference. And what happened here is that we've lost information. We've cut it down to a couple ones and zeros, and this person missed their shot because of that 1 day of school. There are other ways that we might do this in a more sensible way by preserving all the information that we have. First, for the immediate fix, and we could stop right here. GPAs are going to be a better metric that we could possibly use. Now, in the longer term, we could consider folding in other information, allowing accommodation or slippage for things and not do a 1-0, for example, for attendance. So, for example, if this represents the thickness of the bar here represents the GPA, maybe we bring in attendance, but rather than lopping that person off and not allowing them to qualify for the lottery, or in this case, just a rank ordering, maybe the GPA gets adjusted down. It's now a composite score. And we can continue thinking, well, what other things might we want to fold in? Can we think about some measures of economic disadvantage, again, that would not be a 1-0, but actually would bump up this person's GPA or their composite score and allow us to think more critically about how this is sensible to rank order people. So certainly we'd have to have policies in place on how we would even think about doing this, but that's one approach that we could take rather than, again, doing this 1-0, trying to fold the information in and administer it at a policy level. Could we fold in standardized tests? Standardized tests are going to be a good source of information and could also be something in service here. Well, and certainly this is just one way of doing it with continuous scores, but the point is to try to preserve as much information as we can, and there are other logical or non-numerical methods to handle this. So to conclude, GPAs could improve information available for school selection in the very short term. Some sort of composite score could incorporate multidimensional factors important for equity, fairness, and academic excellence. And other options really should be explored. And I offer out these ideas in the hopes that some of them might serve as kindling and bring to light debate on the full range of really complicated issues before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kleiman. Will Dr. Keely McCarthy proceed with her testimony?
Thank you so much. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm here as a professional and also as a parent. I have an 11th grader at Central and a 7th grader at Carver Engineering and Science. I'm also a professor of English and the director of the writing program at Chestnut Hill College here in Philadelphia. Most of my career has been spent teaching and assessing the writing of first-year college students. I want to make 2 points today. One about the use of a computerized scoring of student writing, and the other about having any one assessment be a gatekeeper for admission. And I'm grateful for the other speakers today, and this will be a little bit repetitive, but I hope will reinforce some of the issues. Number one, for several decades, scholars in my field of writing have studied machine-scored assessment and have come to the conclusion that it should never be used for what we call high-stakes assignments, particularly if used out of the context of a class with no chance to see the algorithm or prepare, no chance to learn from mistakes and revise. The district's new writing assessment for high school admission, unfortunately, violates all of the above. Why is this a problem? We know from research that in writing assessments like this that reward correct or standard English sentences over non-standard English, disadvantage English language learners and students from other language communities. In addition, what is being tested is questionable as a useful measurement, since, as we know from research, the algorithms are not rewarding things like subtlety, humor, do not reward for complexity of ideas, but rather sentence structure. Number 2, having one assessment, and now we know a flawed and unfair one, as a gatekeeper is itself flawed and unfair. What test can you think of that is a one and done, that doesn't allow you a retake? A driving test? No, you can retake it. The bar exam? You can retake it. The short responses that students write for me as they come into CHC as first-year students? No. Not only do they write this in-house created assessment at home, given lots of time, it's not the only thing that we use to assess them. It is scored by humans, and the stakes for that score are not very high. They've already been admitted to the college. The district's model also disadvantages neurodiverse students as well as students with undiagnosed learning disabilities who we know have difficulty decoding assignments. Finally, I want to say that giving students their score immediately and making that score determine everything is cruel. If you have a student in school, you know how stressful even something like Khan Academy for math is. They don't like it very much. But with those math quizzes, if they don't get 100, they just retake it again. The stakes are very low for Khan Academy homework. This is really different. My 7th grader very much wants to stay at Carver for high school. But I would be here even if I did not have a 7th grader, because I am alarmed by the lack of grounded research that went into this move, and in particular the use of writing as a gatekeeper. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next we have Jaja Hamid Nogales. I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name. My apologies.
Thank you so much, and thanks for having me here today. It's Jaya Ramji Nogales. I'm a professor of law and associate dean for research at Temple Law School. I should start by saying I'm here speaking in my capacity as a parent of a 4th grader and 8th grader in the Philadelphia public school systems. Nothing I say comes from Temple University. It's my personal insights having been through this wild ride this fall. Let me start with a huge thank you to the council and the committee for hosting this hearing and for providing parents with the opportunity to share our thoughts on the new admissions process for criteria-based high schools. Let me start by making my commitments clear. As a parent and an educator, diversity, equity, and inclusion in public education is at the core of the work I do every day and at the core of my belief system. The criteria-based school that I'm most familiar with is Masterman. I have ongoing concerns that I've raised in various fora that Masterman is not representative of the beautiful diversity of our city as it should be, as Councilmember Gim noted. All of our students benefit from schools that represent our diversity, and all of Philadelphia's public school students deserve to be represented at the criteria-based schools. So it is this commitment that gives rise to my concern about the new admission process, which I see as prioritizing optics over meaningful opportunity. I'm going to talk about 4 concerns with the new process that other speakers have spoken about with much more expertise and much greater detail. The computer scored essay and the concerns about its inaccuracy, zip code as a proxy for diversity, the bluntness of this tool, other barriers that are in there, the hidden obstacles that some of you have spoken about, and then this haphazard process, right? The problems with the process. And then I'll wrap up by talking about where this may take us, right? All of these concerns together, I'm very concerned about where we're going to end up, and I'll throw in some potential next steps. So as we've heard very clearly and very thoughtfully, the computer scored essay is just inappropriate for high stakes assessment. I don't need to add much to what the other experts have said, but I will say that the website itself for Am I Right says that it should not be used for high stakes assessment. In my written testimony, I have quoted directly from their website. So also the company itself says this is not the way this essay should be used. I'll also echo the cruelty that Dr. McCarthy spoke about. In my daughter's 8th grade class, they took the test together, and the students who did not get the score they wanted, immediately knew in front of all their classmates. It's just shocking as an educator that you would do that to your students. Zip code, as others have spoken about, is simply too blunt an instrument. In addition to the concerns raised by Councilmember O, I will say if the goal is racial and ethnic and socioeconomic diversity, which I believe it should be, we need a much more fine-grained analysis. As Councilmember Gautier said, zip codes in Philadelphia are not homogenous. My own, as I'm sure yours does, includes a broad range of humans along race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status. This is why we love our city. Many diverse students are going to be penalized for living in a particular zip code, even if they attend an underperforming school. So why is the school district not looking at the school the student is actually attending rather than using the blunt school tool of zip code? This is surely information that's within the purview of the school district. Equity demands that the process make an effort to include all underserved students in the city on an equal basis, as previous speakers have said. There are other barriers. There are yet more obstacles. These ones a bit more hidden. This 95% attendance rate that others have spoken about. This is coming on the heels of a pandemic in which our students were forced to undergo online learning. Many students, through no fault of their own, had serious problems being present for online learning. So this is a measure that is cruelly unfair. The Algebra 1 requirement, I agree that Algebra 1 should be taught in all the schools, but in underserved schools, right, those students are obviously not going to have the same background as the high-performing schools. So this also seems unfair. And these barriers are harder to see. But as a parent, I have noticed them and registered deep concern. As Representative Bullock said, as a parent, it has been breathtaking to see the chaos, which just demonstrates the lack of thought in the process. As a very privileged parent, it has been challenging to navigate this. I can only imagine how difficult it has been for any parent who does not have the privileges I have, as Councilmember Gautier said. And as Councilmember Jim said, this is not purposeful at all in any way. This was announced the day school selection was opened. Information about the zip codes in the computer essay came later. Parents were scrambling to obtain information. And it promises more chaos ahead. The students have not ranked their choices. The schools have not ranked the students. So what we could see going forward is one student could get into all 5 criteria-based schools. There's nothing to stop that from happening, while their next-door neighbor with identical qualifications gets into none. And then this process is going to have to sort itself out over the months of the spring semester. So it promises more chaos going forward, which is obviously going to impact different households in Philadelphia differentially. Also, the Algebra 1 requirement cannot be assessed until the end of 8th grade. So some students who may think that they've gotten into a criteria-based school in January may come to the end of the year and not have met the Algebra 1 requirement. This is not a process that has been well thought through. So I would, as a parent, have said, okay, if this process is increasing equity and diversity in the Philadelphia school system, I'm just going to ride this out. But my concern about the implications for DEI with this process is this poor design could actually decrease racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic diversity at the criteria-based schools. So first of all, we've all discussed the ways that this new process can actually exclude underserved students by the thoughtlessness of its design. And as prior speakers have said, students who meet the criteria are all eligible for the lottery on the same basis, regardless of race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, or academic performance. So we could end up in a situation where the criteria-based schools become less diverse because no attention is being given to the diversity factors that should matter here. So there are several next steps that I think we should see. There needs to be reform and strategic planning, as other speakers have said, engaging key stakeholders that really, really has not happened here. We need to fix the process this year to minimize the harm. Dr. Kleiman has given us some great ideas. Maybe we need to pause the process. But what we really need is a long-term plan to diversify all of Philadelphia's high schools, the criteria-based high schools and the catchment-based high schools. This is an opportunity, I believe, created by the Black Lives Matter movement to improve public education for every student in Philadelphia. Do not throw away this opportunity in service of this poorly designed process that prioritizes optics over meaningful opportunity. Our students deserve far more than this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Kimberly Caputo. Please proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Thank you for having me and allowing me to present some information and perspective on the high school process for students in Philadelphia. I'm Kimberly Caputo, and I was asked to provide this information by a group of concerned parents known as All Parents for Equity. I am an attorney representing parents and caregivers across the Commonwealth, specifically in the education space. I can share that Philadelphia, unlike other districts, including many with far more resources than Philadelphia, has something these districts do not, and that is, as we've been discussing today, options at a high school level.
Natalie, can you please mute yourself?
In most districts,
Thank you.
In most districts, families are limited to a natural progression, which includes a single high school and perhaps a single vocational opportunity for their child. Here in Philadelphia, the options are far larger. However, these options are not equally accessible to students with disabilities. Those are the students I serve and the families I represent. Similarly, these options are not equally accessible or available to students for whom English is not their primary language. I've submitted my remarks in writing, and I've also submitted some information for review, including a table which notes that the population of students with disabilities here in the Philadelphia School District, by their last official public count, is approximately 15%. For these students, the opportunities appear to be restricted or limited to the large comprehensive high schools. They are not represented consistent with other children in higher performing schools. In fact, the numbers should be alarming. In the catchment or neighborhood high schools, students with disabilities represent at times numbers double what the overall students with disabilities population is in the district overall. For example, in certain schools, the students with disabilities represent 43% of the overall population, 38% of the overall population, whereas a school like Central, they represent 1%, Masterman 1%, Academy at Palumbo 4%. Again, the information is available, and I would submit that it should be reviewed carefully. These numbers are not new. They have in most instances remained the same or close to the same over many, many years, particularly in the magnet, special admit, and now what we are calling criteria-based schools. For students with disabilities who are supported with an IEP, which is an individualized education plan, or a Section 504 accommodation plan, there is a process known in Philadelphia as the Laguerre process, and I've attached to my materials a number of publicly available slides outlining that process. I am challenged to see how this process was employed in this new high school application process, not just because of the timing of the process, the new process, as other speakers have outlined, but also because of COVID. Students were not in school last year. Many, many, many Philadelphia students were in hybrid learning. What does that mean? What that means realistically is that parents and teams did not have an opportunity to get to know that student through the benefit of face-to-face instruction. How does that apply to this Laguerre process that I'm talking about? How that applies is Laguerre speaks to, specifically in Philadelphia, the obligation of the district to provide equal access and opportunity to high-performing schools for students with disabilities, English language learners, and students with Section 504 accommodation plans. How is the process supposed to work? It is supposed to work through a human advocacy process. The touch of human to student, adult to student. What do we know about this student? What are his or her strengths? What are the circumstances around his or her disability or learning difference, such that criteria used as oftentimes a barrier to access should be reconsidered. That is the first step of Laguerre, and I am unaware of how that first step was integrated into this process. The second step of Laguerre is when the high school application process concludes, a parent of a child with a disability is entitled to an impartial review of that decision. I would hope that there would be further conversation about how this protective measure was or can be integrated into any new policy for high school, for the high school application process. With regard to the separate writing requirement for the identified 5 schools, I would hope that every student with a Section 504 plan of accommodation and/or an IEP was provided with their legally mandated necessary supports during the point at which this single one-and-done testing was provided. I am alarmed to hear that students were automatically provided with their scores after taking this assessment, particularly fragile students, students who struggle with writing, students who struggle with emotional regulation, students who have been outside of the typical learning environment in many instances since March of 2020. That is absolutely shocking to me. And I appreciate that many of you may not have firsthand knowledge or even secondhand knowledge of what it means to be a student with a learning difference. And so I offer this for consideration. Imagine you are an individual struggling with regulating your emotions. Imagine you are an individual who has tremendous creativity, who has wonderful ideas, and they're locked in here. They're locked in here because you have a barrier with communicating through writing. That is something you work on every single day. Maybe you use speech-to-text devices. Maybe you have a scribe to help you communicate through written expression. Were those supports provided to these students who are so desperately in need? On behalf of all students, those with differences and those without, I submit that all learning environments should be inclusive and should reflect the faces and needs of the entire population of Philadelphia. We are all richer for this approach. There is already research showing that the variety of instructional models delivered during and in response to COVID-19 has had a significant negative impact on all students, and particularly those with disabilities. I appreciate the current policy has as its foundation equity. That is something that we as a society absolutely have to unpack, and as so many speakers before me have eloquently stated, do the work to ensure that equity happens. I only hope that in the conversations that I know will follow from today's hearing, that some or all of you be the voice for the students with learning differences. Be the voice for students with disabilities. Please do not forget that they represent 15% of the overall population of students attending public schools in Philadelphia, and they have a voice that deserves to be heard. Thank you for this opportunity. a wonderful day.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. The chair was going to recognize Councilman David O. if he has, and open up the questions to any member of the committee to this panel. Councilmember O.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just say powerful testimony, expert testimony, very clear communication. I have no questions. I know that we have more witnesses. I appreciate them staying, on this virtual meeting, and so I will not have questions. But I certainly thank the witnesses for spending this time with us. They're very valuable time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. If there are no questions from any of my colleagues, we will move to the next panel. Will the clerk read the names of the following panel?
The next panel.
I have Karen Lynch. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. The next panel is Karen Lynch and Dr. Sabria Jubilee.
Dr. Jubilee and Karen Lynch.
Yes, thank you.
And who's going to go first?
I'll go first. Yes, thank you. Good morning, members of City Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. Councilmember O, thank you for scheduling this hearing to discuss the school selection process. For the record, I am Dr. Sabria Colleen Jubilee, Chief of Equity for the School District of Philadelphia. Since the beginning of education reform movements, one of the stated goals has been to make education accessible to all, a public good. While many have aspired to see education as the great equalizer, most reforms have fallen short of that mission. This history is not only of national impact, but has very much been embedded in the history of the School District of Philadelphia. And in 2021, we are still contending with ways to make education accessible and equitable for all students, especially those from historically marginalized communities. On June 15, 2020, in the wake of the murders of Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and countless others, as a district, we released our statement on anti-racism. In this statement, we committed to becoming an anti-racist, equitable organization by uprooting policies, deconstructing processes, and eradicating practices that create systems of privilege and power for one group over another. The appending of privilege highlighted here is not simply in reference to a configuration of numbers or an assessment of differences in skin color or features, but rather speaks to the destruction of a system and a dismantling of the institutionalization of norms. It doesn't just ask for us to set aside seats as a way to appease a few, but rather challenges us to explore questions of why, who, and for what. Through the school selection process, we have the opportunity to redesign a process that from inception to current practice has only truly benefited a small group of stakeholders, many of whom do not reflect the majority demographic of our district or city. But this representation, I am not speaking solely about visibility, but more about the impact of opportunity, access, and power. As a teaching and learning organization, our mission is to deliver on the civil right of every child in Philadelphia to an excellent public school education and ensure all children graduate from high school ready to succeed, fully engaged as a citizen of our world. Our vision is to see all children having access to a great school close to where they live. But in order to do this, we have to start by addressing the areas where the foundational inequities exist. Over the past 20 months, in the midst of a global pandemic and ongoing racial tension, there has been an outcry for equity, but seemingly only a tolerance for equality. Equity and equality are not synonymous. Equity in its truest sense is about fairness and the mission to achieve balance. But the conundrum we experience with equity is that the push for balance, this call for fairness, is needed because deficit has been more prominent. Equity is a responsive factor when lack, disenfranchisement, and partiality exists. Because of this, the concept of all experiencing the same thing to the same degree cannot actually coexist. For example, we cannot argue against preferred zip codes, but advocate for automatic matriculation of middle schoolers into high school. We cannot say we care about diversity in schools, yet believe that expanding the pool to include more qualified students from marginalized identities will compromise the academic quality. As highlighted in the initial press briefing and several inquiries after, the amendments posed in this year's school selection process are a small step in the direction of change. There is still much more we need to understand. We must continue to ask ourselves the hard questions, such as, where do we see alignment and misalignment between the governing policy for school selection and the way it manifests in schools? Is there consistency in the admissions process across schools? Who is impacted and how? And the fundamental question of action, how can we create greater access and inclusion for students to participate in the school selection process, especially those most traditionally left out? While some may argue this change feels sudden and therefore should be halted until we can tweak the nuances, in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., justice delayed is justice denied. What's important to understand here is we are not just changing steps in a process. We are working to shift patterns within the system. Our hope and goal is to use our focus on equity as a way to re-envision the entire K-12 experience for our students, all of our students. And to do this, we have to take time for unlearning and relearning ways of doing schooling and explore where there is a need for change, both immediate and long-term. The lasting impacts of the amendments made in this year's school selection process cannot be known at this time. And while there are no guarantees, we must courageously strive for change. Our students are owed it. As I close, I want to leave you with this quote by Isabel Wilkerson, author of Caste. We in the developed world are like homeowners who inherited a house on a piece of land that is beautiful on the outside, but whose soil is unstable loam and rock, heaving and contracting over generations. And yes, not one of us was here when this house was built. But here we are, the current occupants of a property with stress cracks and bowed walls and fissures built into the foundation. We are the heirs to whatever is right or wrong with it. We did not erect the uneven pillars or joists, but they are ours to deal with now. And any further deterioration is, in fact, on our hands. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Jubilee. Ms. Karen Lynch.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, council members and members of the public. My name is Karen Lynch, and I am the Chief of Student Support Services for the School District of Philadelphia. As it has become the theme today, I will share that I am not a parent of any child that is attending any school district school. I have no relatives with children that are attending school district schools, and my grandchildren, one grandchild attends school in New York City. Her parents refuse to leave New York City, so there is not a thought that she will ever attend a school district of Philadelphia school, to my great disappointment. I am a child advocate by trade and by passion, and I have spent, I would say, 75% of my time in Philadelphia dedicated and devoted to the children of this city and to their educational attainment. I don't believe I have any conflict at all, just passion and commitment to the students. I am here today to speak to you about the school selection process conducted annually in the School District of Philadelphia. School selection is a method used by any city resident seeking to attend any available district school in grades K through 12 that is outside of their immediate community. The work that we have engaged in with regard to improving the school selection process is not new. Improvements have been made for the better part of the last 10 years. First, starting with the evaluation of our process, who has access to our process, who engages in our process, and that process was conducted independently by the Pew Foundation. And each year, we have analyzed, evaluated the results of our school selection process in order to determine what worked, what didn't work, how closely we're coming to improving the analysis that was identified by and the recommendations identified in the Pew study. This study and the subsequent evaluations conducted by the school district are available readily available each year online, and we make them readily available. Is that me making that noise? I'm not.
No, I'm going to ask Solomon Jones if you can mute yourself. Thank you.
Sorry, I thought that might be my microphone. Sorry. And each year we make improvements to the program, to our process, looking back to the Pew analysis and determining where there are opportunities for improvement, what worked and what did not work. Due largely to the COVID-19 pandemic, last year the school district announced we would not make core changes, that we would make core changes in the process because we were not utilizing the PSSA results. And that was one of several criteria that we have used throughout for years. At that time, we indicated that we would seek input and feedback on what criteria should be used. Several have made note of the survey that was conducted. We did the survey. We also had several public meetings that were held by our Board of Education where families had the opportunity to give input, where we received input from our board members. And those meetings all allowed for the opportunity for public speaking and for individuals to share their opinions and ideas. One person that we heard from who is on the list of speakers this morning is Stephanie King, who's a parent, and I'm going to speak to several of her comments in just a few minutes. In addition to the removal of the PSSA as a criteria for the school selection process this year, not last year, our district was also impacted by the growing national attention to racism, namely the murder of George Floyd, among others. As a result, as an organization, we committed to examining all of our processes, procedures, and practices to ensure equity and anti-racism. For more than a year, the school district obtained feedback.
Karen, hold on a second. Karen, hold on a second. Can someone mute themselves, please? Please be considerate of our speakers. Thank you.
Shall I continue, Madam Chair?
Absolutely, my apologies.
Thank you. For more than a year, the school district obtained feedback about the school selection process and listened to individuals and representatives of groups to inform the improvements to the school selection process. Several public meetings held by the Board of Education as its members considered the board's goals and guardrails. One indicator for the guardrails is ending racist practices, as I've shared, in our policies and procedures. At these meetings, we listened to board members who stressed their interest and concerns about the school selection process. Board members asked, and again, the public had the opportunity to hear and participate, that our practices provide greater access and transparency to all residents, regardless of their ethnicity, the language spoken in their homes, the school that was attended, or their demographic, and more. Board members questioned individual school criteria, how it was that all schools did not have a standardized criteria, and stressed the importance of eliminating criteria that relatively few students could meet. There was also discussion about who actually makes decisions in the school selection process, and many attributed the decision-making of who gets into a school and who does not get into a school to an individual person in any of the criteria, each of the criteria-based schools, and likened it to a wizard standing behind a screen or curtain and arbitrarily deciding, based on information that was beyond a student's data and educational experience, who would and who would not attend criteria-based schools. At the public meetings for the Board of Education's Policy 206, board members again asked if we eliminated barriers, and they stressed that we eliminate barriers to student access, maximize opportunities for more students to have access to selective schools, and stressed the need to eliminate the perception that middle school enrollment was a means to high school acceptance when there was no policy or procedure that guarantees or promises a student in middle school would be accepted to the same named high school. In fact, students in these middle schools have always been required to apply to the high school through the school selection process. That was not a change. We also conducted a school selection survey, which I shared earlier, and asked students, parents, principals, counselors, community members to share ideas and comments about the school selection process and additional criteria that could be used in lieu of a PSSA score. Again, that was not the only input that we received to the process. Over the past weeks, I've been asked, why do we not phase in the process of the process improvements? Each year, for nearly 10 years, we have made improvements to the process. For example, the process has evolved over the last 10 years to be one that no longer occurs 3 times a year, but one that occurs once a year. The process was moved from a paper process to one that is online so more could have access to the process. The process is available now in the 9 various languages that are frequently spoken within the school district. Students hoping to attend a career technology school, or what we call a CTE school, or a citywide admission school, no longer have criteria based on grades, attendance, or PSSA scores. This has increased access and enrollment options for more students, and it has filled seats that previously were left empty because of criteria. Again, increasing access is extremely important to this process. It's been the notice of the superintendent as well as our board, and it was stressed within the Pew study 10 years ago. For years, students applying to attend a non-criteria K-8 out of catchment or zip code preference school all participated in a lottery. That's right. Zip code preference is not new to the School District of Philadelphia's school selection process. Lottery is not new to the School District of Philadelphia's school selection process. Making changes annually to this process is not new to the school district's school selection process. In fact, only 21 of our 250 schools did not prior to now use the lottery. And the writing sample is not new. For the past 3 years, the writing sample has been used as part of the school selection process at Parkway Center City Middle College. In the 3 years that the sample has been used, no comments have ever been made. No negative comments have ever been made. I repeat, no negative comments in the past 3 years have been made. When several criteria school principals asked this year to include the writing sample in their among the criteria for their school selection process, there was no reason to not agree and support their requests because the writing sample had been used for 3 years and the principal of Parkway Center City Middle College praised the involvement of the writing sample in the criteria, as well as the work with the company that provided the sample for the last 3 years, as well as this year. Along the last year and a half, I'd say 18 months, we have heard from many parents as part of our listening, our hearing, and our engaging as we work to improve the school selection process. We heard from parents who believe only children from certain schools had the privilege to attend our more selective criteria-based schools. We heard from parents that said students attending select primary schools have a direct path to elite schools, or who you know or the position that you hold determines what schools a child will attend. We heard from child and education advocates who asked why we did not establish priorities in this year's process for homeless children and foster children and special education children. They said we had the chance to make improvements and we didn't go far enough. I mentioned earlier one of the parents who's on your list of speakers today. We have sat and met several times, and most recently, again, with Stephanie King, a mother of 2 children attending one of our district schools. She's passionate about this topic. She's told us that our process contributes to segregation, and most recently shared, and I quote, "Our changes are a step in the right direction, but we did not go far enough." That was a compliment from Stephanie King. This is all to say that we did not reach these changes. We did not make these changes without input from others. And all of our efforts are to improve access for more students. It is a bold move. Yes, it actually is. Do students in the city of Philadelphia deserve bold moves to support their educational attainment and their educational achievement? Yes, they do. Should we ask students who've been denied access to wait yet another year while we delay, while we phase in improvements? And let you internalize the response to that question. We upheld a process, and I use the collective we.
I'm sorry. Could I just interrupt to say that I'm not sure where all that static noise is coming from. Could everyone just double check that you've muted? I can hear. It is difficult to hear. So yeah, everybody please check to make sure you're muted so that we can continue with our witness. Thank you.
I'm nearly finished, Councilman O. I just have a couple of more sentences. We collectively have upheld a process that we've known for years. And again, I cite the Pew study that was conducted nearly 10 years ago. We've known for years that this process is inequitable and in some cases not even equal. This is not the beginning of change, as I have pointed out, and this is not the end. I think that as we move forward, there are other pressing aspects of this process that we need to examine. And I'll just name a few. Kim Caputo identified special education. That is absolutely something that we're looking at more, although there have been improvements this year to the process of LeCare. Sibling preference is another preference that exists in our process that we should look at. The GPA that you mentioned earlier, Councilman, we actually, and you and other speakers, we don't have a GPA for the 7th grade or for middle school, and establishing a GPA, just as several of the speakers pointed out, would be a much better approach to this effort. So looking at how to do that is definitely on the list of improvements for next year. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak today and to share just a little bit about the process. I will do my very best to remain in the hearing throughout the entire opportunity for feedback and to hear comments from your speakers. And again, I think it's extremely important to listen and to hear. And I think that the hearing you have today, the resolution as well as the hearing, each provide the opportunity for us to hear more, to gain more input and more insight. And so this concludes my comments today. Thank you.
I believe Councilmember Mark Squilla will be taking over as chair.
Yes, thank you very much. And I just have a quick question before we open up questions to the committee. And as we heard, and I know the school district had set this forth, and I understand there was a survey that was set out there. Did we feel it necessary also to meet with the principals of those schools and other stakeholders in that process as this new policy was being implemented?
Councilman, I will share with you that principals, assistant superintendents, other chiefs within the school district, including our academic chief, our chief of research and evaluation. You have met today our chief of our diversity, equity office. DEI is extremely important. There are several other chiefs that have been actively involved, as well as principals. Through our Equity Lens review, we included parents, students. We included not just the principals that are leaders of criteria-based schools, but we included K through 8 principals that are sending students to criteria-based schools, as well as principals who are managing and leading criteria-based schools. So K to 8 principals were included, yes.
Counselors, and everybody thought that these policies set forth was a good idea, and that would enhance what we're trying to do with equity and inclusion. You heard some of the concerns from at least several of the early testifiers, including our state rep Donna Bullock, and the concerns that they have heard. Do you think that this policy addresses that?
I would answer by saying that each time I have an opportunity to speak about the process, people become more informed. I would say that what has been attributed to be changes that took place this year have been processes that have been elements of the process that have existed for years. I would share that that when the representative spoke to middle schoolers and their enrollment in the high school, that has been a de facto process that specifically has been addressed at public hearings, where we were actually given the direction that we should make the seats that are available in all of our schools accessible to students from across and beyond. Do I think that each person has a perspective that merits consideration? I respectfully will say yes, that I do. And I would say that, as I just shared, this is the beginning. And so this is an opportunity, this is the beginning of, with more to come with regard to access and equity. And I take the comments that were offered into consideration.
Okay, I mean, it is the beginning, but I mean, it's a policy that's in place. It's not the beginning of a process. I mean, there's already decisions made. So I think that it was concerning. And also, I mean, if we're looking at that, are we looking to grow our facilities, to grow the number of people, and we talked about middle school and how that proceeds into high school, but instead of limiting the number of seats, increasing those seats in these schools so that more people have access to them. And is that also a consideration?
I think you have hit on something that absolutely has to be a consideration and is a consideration. And making more seats available is absolutely something that we should do. And we have to do, and that it has been a consideration, and we're actively trying to make that happen.
Okay, I mean, whether it's, using these schools and moving them to bigger spaces, or swapping with another school, or, moving the middle school out of one school and adding more high school spots, whatever it may be, I think those conversations are also important. I know there's several questions by some of our colleagues, and I'll say, Councilmember O, if you have a couple questions.
I thank you for your support with the idea of increasing the numbers of seats. That support is valuable. Thank you.
Yes, very much so.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions. To either witness, I appreciate the work you've put in. I know it is a complex topic. I have stated my concerns. I actually do not agree with it. However, I do recognize that it is something you feel passionately about, and you're responding to the instructions of the school board. I will note for the record that we did invite the board chair, and we did invite Dr. Height. They are not before this committee. And so it may be unfair to pose some of these questions to you, but I will. And if you cannot answer them, just let me know. Based on the concerns that were raised by the first panel, computer selection, kind of blunt use of zip codes, lack of more data in terms of refining between one candidate and the next, and the sudden, to many people, albeit you've talked about the process, but to many, many people, the sudden surprise of a new process. Are you in a position to pause this process? Or do we have to talk to the chair, the board, Dr. Height, or somebody else?
I definitely will encourage you to talk to others, but I will share with you just a few things that I know about this process. So this is the process by which students are identified to attend certain schools. We have, close to 20,000 students, both School District of Philadelphia students as well as students who reside in the city, who are dependent on this process, as we have shared today, to determine what their options are going to be for attending school next year. This process is not just a process for enrollment into other schools. This is a process that also feeds into our budgeting process, so that we can determine, based on not just enrollment in schools, but certainly consideration of enrollment in schools, but the budgets will be for individual schools based on how many students are attending. And it also feeds into the hiring process for teachers and school-based staff in all of our schools, which is, predominantly or greatly, I would say, dependent on the enrollment. So if this process does not continue, or if this process is further delayed, it's going to impact the budgets for schools. Therefore, the budgets and the timing of the budget to our board, the timing of the budgeting process with regard to the city council, it'll impact hearings, it'll impact how dollars will be allocated, it will impact the hiring of sufficient staff, or the attempt to hire sufficient staff and determine where they are going to work for the fall. And so all of those factors that I put at the top of the list, students knowing what their future is going to be, and students knowing where they are going to attend school in the next few months, as they are making decisions now, as other options outside of the School District of Philadelphia are also presenting themselves with regard to other public schools as well as private schools. the timing is such that families will want to know exactly what the outcomes are going to be for their child so that they'll be in a position to make decisions. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, thank you for your answer. I will say that I do interpret, the situation differently. I think people, at least who I've heard from, I have not heard from everybody, want a fair process, a insightful and just process, and a predictable process. And I think that raises this other point, that part of it is that Philadelphia is the only school district out of 707, I guess it depends on how you define these school districts, in Pennsylvania, that does not have an elected school board. Basically, the people do not elect their school board representative. They don't know who their school board representative. It's a very distant process, as far as I've ever seen, because the mayor basically appoints 9 people, confirmed by council as of since the return of the school district from the SRC. But people do not feel, in many cases, that their school district is responsive to them. And perhaps this is a watershed moment where, people are trying to express themselves, and whether, the school board agrees or doesn't agree, they are frustrated that somehow what they're saying is not being received in a way that they feel is meaningful. I think, basically, and I will say that I did introduce a bill that we would have 5 elected school board members, let the mayor appoint 4, and there's no alternative to that. Nobody's introduced a bill that all 9 will be, elected, so I will put that out there. So I've had this existing concern, but I see the problem as being that there are many students who want a good education. There are many students who drop out of our schools. There are many unfortunate situations where there are not parents at home to guide them, and many other things. But there are many students and parents who want their child to have a good education. But there are very few seats. So we then got charter schools, which you have to hit a lottery in order to go. And people apply for all different types of charter schools, whatever it is. If they hit a lottery, they can go. But most people can't hit the lottery, so then they look at their neighborhood school. They could go to a private school if they had the money. Most people don't. Some people can leave the city, and I think we've had 35,000 African Americans, mostly in our middle class, leave our city for a less expensive lifestyle outside of the city with better school choices. So charter schools, private schools outside of Philadelphia, and that leaves the magnet schools, the criteria-based schools. Up till now, and those seats have not increased, up till now, there was a level of self-determination, effort, grit, planning, to get themselves into the school, but now that's a lottery. I think that is what's most disturbing, that they're trying to express to the school district, and basically that what I'm hearing is that the process will continue the way it is.
Councilman, I can share several things with you. First, I would share with you that over the last 10 years, there have been increases in the number of seats. So there are more seats available in criteria-based schools than there were 10 years ago. I would also share with you, and I can't speak to, I can't. I don't have an opinion one way or another, although I understand your point about elected versus voluntary. But I will share with you that the 9 members that are our school board members, and many will be shocked to hear me say this, they spend an incredible amount of time working to understand, to know, to impact. Their domain is policy, and they are actively involved as volunteers. They spend inordinate amounts of time, not just in meetings, but also advocating for the school district of Philadelphia, and more importantly, for the children of Philadelphia to obtain strong, good educational attainment. I'd also point out that with the approach that the board is taking with regard to the goals that it has established and the guardrails to protect those goals, what the board is not just saying, but their actions are actively involved in the process of ensuring the improvements for all students, of looking at the data that is available and they request for student achievement, with the goal of improving the quality of our schools, the education that students are able to receive, and that board goals and guardrails process also allows on a monthly basis for members of the community to tune in and find out about the status of our schools and hold us accountable. The superintendent, as well as all of us who work for the superintendent, accountable for achieving those goals and monitoring on an ongoing basis our progress. So, and I lastly will say to you, I know of no other system in this city, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that allows any citizen to come forward and speak each and every month at a board hearing for 3 minutes about the topic of their choice. And trust me, last board meeting, I was here until 11:45, and probably one of the most important parts of the evening was hearing from citizens, residents, parents, students about our processes, our procedures. And the board holds us accountable for the things that we hear and the things that people say, and they investigate every concern and they actively pursue every issue. And so those are the few things that I would say in response. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that while I do disagree, I have tremendous respect for you, and I appreciate your work. And while I don't know Dr. Jubilee, I appreciate the passion and the work. My last question, Chair, is this. So as we look at our magnet schools, for example, Bodine or Bodine, 50% African American, 21% Latino, 9% Caucasian, 12% Asian. School to the Future, 98% African American. Palumbo, 40.4% African American, 9.5% Latino, 9% Caucasian, 9.5% Latino, 14% Caucasian, 31.1% Asian. Carver, 65.3% African American, 9.7% Latino, 6.9% Caucasian, 12.6% Asian. Parkway, 72.4% African American, 15.1% Latino, 2.2% Caucasian, 6.7% Asian. And finally, Girls High, 66.4% African American, 10.1% Latino, 8.6% Caucasian, 14.9% Asian. So as you said, there are magnet schools, and among all the magnet schools, what is the reason for example, choosing Carver or Parkway or Palumbo over, for example, Girls High or School of the Future or Bodine? I mean, they seem pretty diverse in the sense that when we're looking at, especially the issue today, having opportunities for especially underserved children or African Americans or other minorities to go to magnet schools. From what I've seen, the majority population in all magnet schools in Philadelphia are minority, although the breakouts are different, but primarily in Masterman and Central. Could you explain how one criteria-based school was selected over the other for the process?
We have 21 criteria-based schools. One of the 21 has used, you said the writing sample, yes?
Well, no, is it because they have, like, in other words, for Carver, is it because there's a feeder school? Is it because Carver has a middle school? Is it Masterman has a elementary school? Is it an effort to kind of change the fact that a lot of these kids in the elementary school or middle school will then go into Carver or Masterman at a higher rate than is available to the entire city, or what is the reason? For example, Parkway, 72.4% African American. Why does that need to be overhauled?
Okay, I think you're looking at the racial demographics of each of these schools.
Yes.
And a good deal of the discussion has been about access and equity to these schools. So it's not just based on racial dynamics. It's based on students who traditionally have been disenfranchised from the process. Students who meet the qualifications, who live in areas where they have not had the opportunities that others have had, because the decision making has been by data based more on the school that they attended, perhaps, than than their educational qualifications. And so if I must, and that's how we looked at the zip codes. The zip codes are not reflective of the demographics you're talking about. The zip codes are reflective of the students living in areas of the city that had the qualifications to attend, but the lowest representation in 4 of our schools.
I understand that, and I will state that the issue was raised but the students in those zip codes could be wealthy white children, could be, in other words, so the preference now given to the zip code may in fact increase the number of students, but it may actually result in less diversity of race and socioeconomic, but it will increase the number of students from that zip code. Anyway, that's a quandary. I'm going to stop because I know there's more witnesses, and I appreciate your answering the questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Council Member. I know there's Council Member Brooks also had some questions for this panel. Council Member, you available?
Yes, thank you so much. I have just a few questions. Earlier on, someone mentioned about special admits and children with special needs or English language learners. What supports will be in place to make sure that all children are successful in special admit schools? And are there already things in place for all children to be successful in these special mission schools once they get access?
I would say to you that is extremely important. I would say to you that accommodations have been made through the school selection process for students that are English language learners, as well as students who have special education needs. But I would say to you that it's extremely important for those resources to be available and built in schools for students that have additional needs.
And I just also want to say I'm good to see that the district is making important steps moving forward and kind of staying true to the equity lens. But I'm hoping to see more transparency in the future so we can kind of prevent some of the deeper this discussion that we're having around the process. So I do want to recognize the changes I've seen. I don't know, like all of my children have went to at least a special admit high school, and all of my children like 5 to 10 years apart. So I've been doing this whole thing for a long time, and I've noticed the changes that have been made. But I just want to make sure that more transparency is in the process, and also what or how were folks in the zip codes that are being recognized informed that this was something that was coming down the pike? Was there any work around that? Like the outreach to the specific zip codes that will be impacted?
The outreach that we did with regard to the zip codes was to share with individuals that are in the zip codes the opportunity to be able to, the recognition that theirs would be a priority that would be given. That was for our internal students, and as well we've shared information on our web page and highlighted the zip codes each time that we've had the opportunity to speak about the prioritization. But I would share with you that the prioritization is going to happen automatically through our system, and it's not something that parents have to sign up in order to benefit from.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't thinking about in terms of signing up. I was just wondering how, parents would know that would be something that they should be paying close attention to in various zip codes. And I'm primarily talking about parents at traditional neighborhood elementary schools trying to get into middle, or traditional K-8 trying to get into high school. Is there any indication or any information was sent out directly to parents within those zip codes for them to be paying close attention to the process?
I believe, as I said, that there was information that was sent. As well, we shared with counselors, school principals, school-based staff, so that they could promote among the families within their schools the zip codes. And the zip codes are on the web, and we've encouraged people, as they have applied, to note that.
Okay. I just thank you so much for that. And I think what I want to kind of put in this space is that the real goal is a Philadelphia where every child has the supports they need at every school. And, our kids and our parents don't have to feel like you have to earn or win your way into an excellent education. That's not what education should be about. And, I'm hoping for us to continue to change the trajectory of what a quality education looks like for our kids. So it's not about earning or winning your way into a good education, but it's something that all kids in all schools in every neighborhood have the opportunity to be a part of. So thank you so much for your time.
Councilwoman, your support as we work to do that is going to be extremely important and very much appreciated.
Nope, because I have a child that's in this process right now, so I'm full-fledged in the process, and I'll continue to be watching and paying attention closely. But thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brooks. Is there any other questions from anybody on the committee for this panel? Hearing none, hopefully you guys could hang in there for a little bit and listen to some of the next people testifying in the next panels. Thank you so much for your testimony. We'll now go into panel 3. Cerise Sargent, if you're connected, if you could unmute and then state your name for the record and proceed to testify. Before you do that, just let you know that Tanya Folk will be up next after Cerise. Go ahead, Cerise.
Good morning. I am Cerise Sargent. Thank you all elected officials of City Council, other panelists, and those attending virtually throughout our city. I thank you for this opportunity to welcome parent and community engagement to this matter. I am Cerise Sargent. While it states I am an organizer for All Parents for Equity, please note we are not a formal organization versus parents with a common goal to support a better process for students of this district. Today, I testify as a proud parent of a current 12th grader and 8th grader at G.W. Carver High School of Engineering and Science, with a vested interest in my children and their peers' education. I held trusted positions in my school community as an officer of the Carver E&S Home and School Association, and continue to do so as a committed volunteer. As the HSA president and treasurer, I was nominated and elected by Carver E&S parents to represent them in many ways. I also supported other communities to promote parent advocacy and support. As the Carver HSA president specifically, I partnered with the Carver principal and teachers as a trusted advisor to represent the parent body during many forums, including promoting the school district surveys, school admission process, inclusive of tours, new family orientation, and open houses. I shared my experiences to promote the school, welcome parents echoing the sentiments of the principal, and explained the current culture, community, and middle school transition into high school at Carver E&S. As the HSA president, I was personally introduced to the school board president, Wilkerson, at our Blue Ribbon ceremony on September 26, 2019, when she commended Carver for its diversity, equity, student success, and strong parent body. I was there when Board President Wilkerson applauded Carver, which State Representative Bullock referenced earlier today. I take great pride as I represent Carver parents and citizens of this city. So I ask today, why is Carver undergoing this overhaul, creating a major risk to disrupt our community in which you commended its achievement? If you have known about the needed changes to become more equitable and equal, why institute this now after COVID? More importantly, as this administration's term is ending. This also leads me to question other magnet schools that are already diverse and or have newly implemented practices in place to increase diversity with intentional and student-driven plans with human judgment of our talented administrators. Thank you, Councilman O, for those demographics to highlight the already in place diversity communities of the magnet schools. So when the all parent notification regarding the changes to the school selection application to criteria based, formerly known as special select schools, occurred on October 6th at 1:49 p.m., you can imagine my phone by 2 p.m. I had over 30 calls and texts just from Carver parents and other schools. I instantaneously went to Carver to speak with the principal as the outrage and fear of current middle school parents was at a high. As an invested parent, I wanted to bring this matter to his attention. I knew I had a small window because the announcement occurred just 3 hours shy of the application opening. I, like many of the current 7th and 8th grade students, removed their current student from their previous school, which was K through 8, for the full Carver experience of grades K through 12. This was never presented as an incentive for student success, as my child and her peers were successful prior to entering Carver, thus their admissions. In addition, I reject the sentiment of parents acting in privilege, as my daughter's hard work, which she continues to sustain as a high standard because I set the expectations at home, in which the school as well. She, along with Carver Middle School students, with the support of a great teaching staff, earned their achievements and abilities to meet goals set forth. Since this was a 7-year practice and message from the principal, I never questioned if it was a written policy. It is not my role. My role as a parent is to trust and support my school and its leader. To have such trust in you, the district, as a Philadelphia resident and a taxpayer. Philadelphia School District, why did you allow such a practice to occur without a policy for the last 7 to 8 years? Where was your oversight of the principal and other school leadership? How do you sustain the middle schools such as Carver, SLA Beaver, and Hill Freeman if you believe parents arrived knowing it was only a 2 or 3 year commitment with no choice to continue? You are now enforcing a policy versus promoting school choice. Philadelphia School District, I trusted your decision as you appointed the principal to be the leader of over 900 students at Carver. I trusted the principal so much that I repeated the practice known as the Carver Middle School transition as a parent leader and HSA president. The lack of oversight places me in a compromising position as I promoted a practice in which you now say it does not exist as a policy. What should I trust and promote as a parent and as a taxpayer in the city? I do not trust the rush implementation as a stakeholder, as I was excluded from knowing all the facts. Parents and I were left to research and organize to support our children. So across the city, all Parents for Equity in Education began as you abandoned us in this process. In October, we proposed many changes directly to you, school district, to support the new process with adjustments to the current process to lessen the harm of middle school children and other marginalized students. You declined without hearing a full discussion and denied an opportunity of a two-way engagement. As a result, parents were left with no choice but to ask our elected officials to hear us because you did not. So thank you again, Council Members O, Squilla, Gilmore Richardson, and my representative, Cindy Bass, for sponsoring the resolution today. When Dr. Height announced the school selection change, he provided the reasoning of, and quote, this past year, in alignment with our commitment towards anti-racism and equity, as outlined in the Board of Education's Golden Guardrails, the school selection process underwent an initial equity review during which we collected feedback from various stakeholders, including parents and families, end quote. When you look at the 4 guardrails, this process is not reflective. Guardrail 1, welcoming and supportive schools. Guardrail 2, enriching and well-rounded school experience. Guardrail 3, partnering with parents and families. Guardrail 4, addressing racist practices. While all this seems like a true concept in theory, what is written is not practiced, and we've seen so many times just this year with many changes, inclusive of the school selection process, the change of the school schedule, and school bus issue. So the changes in policy 206, assignment within a district, which states the purpose is to promote the best interests of children and utilize clear and transparent processes and procedures and create community whose members have a diverse background and life experiences that enhance equity, reflect the city's population, does not seem apparent or transparent to me. Unfortunately, the recent efforts do not meet the intent and interest because there is an adverse effect to Black and Brown children, students with different learning styles, and students with English as a second language. While I present my disappointment in the recent decision of the process, I want to state for the record, I am open to accept the invitation to join any efforts to meet the intended goals for all students in Philadelphia. For now, I ask if the current process continues, current middle schools and magnet schools who meet the criteria be excluded from the new selection process, as we were not given an opportunity to truly vet other school choices last year during COVID. Please honor the practice in which I, along with many parents of Carver, SLA Beaver, Hill Freeman, and Masterman, enrolled our children. Number 2, if the writing assessment remains, add an appeals process for students to include other data points as children are more than a score. Also, to thoroughly review and ensure all modifications and accommodations for students with different learning styles are reviewed as set forth by their learning environment and the applicable laws. Number 3, remove all zip code preference to welcome all families across the city an opportunity to receive a quality education. And number 4, most importantly, fund all schools to have equitable resources and close the gap between magnet and catchment schools. This will immediately impact student achievement directly and swiftly. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Therese. Next, we'll have Tanya Folk. If you're available after Tanya, be ready. Just state your name for your record, Tanya, and then proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Tanya Folk, and I was born and raised in Philadelphia. My husband and I have 5 children. Our 2 oldest graduated from Central. We have 2 that are at Carver. One is in 8th and one is in 10th. And we have a daughter at Masterman in 5th grade. While I understand the need for change, I have serious concerns about the new school selection process. I remember participating in a school district survey back in May or June, and as I went through the questions, I did not envision this current process as the outcome. The survey on how to improve the school selection process ran between May 17th and June 11th. After the survey closed, there was no engagement that I am aware of with parents and students to help develop the process. There was no indication that this survey would impact current 8th graders enrolled in middle schools attached to high schools. The school district added the written assessment even though it ranked 7th on its survey. And they added a lottery system even though it was rated last as an option for improving the process. Some of those responses included, and I quote, "A lottery is the worst idea I have ever heard. This wouldn't ensure equity at all." Another person said, "A lottery for school admission is a horrible idea." Because transparency is really important, as a parent, how would I know for sure that my child was entered into all eligible lotteries? This is important to know because this is important to know before the lottery is conducted, to give parents a chance to make sure no mistakes were made. We need transparency. It's a challenge to support the lottery in its current form because it includes these 8th graders, which it should not. Families and students should not have to endure the uncertainty that a dual lottery brings. Also, many of these 8th graders did not research high schools in 7th grade because they planned to stay in their schools for high school. According to the school district survey results, 53.3% of students plan to stay in their current school for the 2022-23 school year. Some of those written responses include, and I quote, "My child is already at a special admission school, and as far as I know, we don't need to reapply." Another parent said, "Already at special admission school for 7th grade." More than half plan to stay in their current schools. This should have given pause to creating a new process that will result in removing students from these schools, like Carver, Hill Friedman, and SL. The school district added zip code priority, another new aspect of the process. If using a lottery system, why add zip code priority? You've removed the mismanagement of admissions that you stated was occurring at the school level by replacing principals with an electronic lottery system. Why are these zip codes underrepresented in for the magnet schools? What are the barriers? Are they being addressed? Without addressing all barriers and allocating the exact resources needed by students, then a lottery, even with zip code priority, will not get us to equity. I hope we can get to an equitable solution so that all students and families can relax and enjoy the upcoming holidays. So please, can you exclude current 8th graders in this new process for the schools in which they are already students? Then have the remaining seats go to the lottery. If you can't do that, please explain why. Please do not give the written assessment too much weight. According to the district's own frequently asked questions, the assessment is one data point for consideration. So it should not be able to knock a student out of the lottery because they've missed by half a point. And last, please add an appeals process. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya, for your testimony. Next, we have Willette Carter. After Willette, we'll have Miriam Hill and then Eric Santoro. Willette, if you just want to state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Willette Carter. Good morning. My name is Willette Carter, and I am a grandparent of a student at SLA at Beaver. Today, I come before you not only for our children at SLA at Beaver, but for all children in the school district of Philadelphia. The last couple of years has been a toll not only on our students and teachers, but on our families and communities for the school district of Philadelphia to once again put a burden and a wrench in the system at this time is truly detrimental to us. But I would like to say SLA Beaver has not only gone this problem this year, but it has also been impacted by a construction problem for the capital improvements. We as a school have been taken out of our schools. Our middle school is no longer at SLA at Beaver. We are now over at Powell. The school district didn't decide to do this until the day before school started. So this is the second year that our children are displaced. And now you're trying to take our children and put them into a school where they don't have any family or maybe have any friends because of a lottery system, because of a reading assessment. All of our children are not able to get a 22 or 17. Some of them got a 10 or 5 because they are not in their place of environment. Now, how do we announce the day before this starts that it's going to change? I admit a lot of our children, as previously stated, were not looking at schools at 7th grade because they were in a pandemic. They were at home learning. But that shouldn't have caused them not to be able to do what they needed to do in 8th grade. But I do understand that a lot of things have changed within the school district. Okay, I am starting to learn more about very much in the school district, and I am starting to be a part of the PCAC, which is the Parent Community Advisory Council, which is attached to the board. I've also joined into the FACE Action Group so that I could become more and more involved in schools within the Philadelphia school system. If those things are not there, then how can we expect them to be educating our children? Reference to the school selection program, I'm sorry, I'm going back again. How do you start something that was not completed? I understand that at this point, it is not completed. No type of advisory, not advisory, no type of, oh, I just lost my thoughts. Please forgive me. No type of appeal process, thank you. Appeal process is in place for this, and that is very disgusting. We talked to at the school board when I was listening this last Thursday. There was a parent that said if a child got a 21.9, were they going to be left out? Ms. Lynch politely said, without flinching, yes. They haven't even thought of an appeal process for this school district. This school selection, this is not fair. How do we decide to give part of the program and not the complete program for the beginning? How do we say that this is what the community wants? Yes, you did a survey of about out of 120,000 families. You only got 5,000 responses. Responses that don't even talk about a lottery, as previously stated. Yes, I am saying the system needs to be changed. Yes, there is bias and prejudice, and there's a picking and choosing. And yes, this is not fair either. But what we are doing is not fair. So 2 wrongs don't definitely make a right. It's time for you to stop this system of school selection as it was in the past and as you have presented it now. No, I believe in special school selections, and some schools offer different learning techniques that some schools don't. But your K through 8 needs to be equal so that all of the school selection process that has an existence will be open to every child in the school district of Philadelphia, no matter where they are, no matter who they are, no matter what they are, no matter where they live. For you to fix the school district, not just one part, not just one section, but the whole thing stops trying to build the house from the top down. That foundation for every child should be in every Philadelphia school. And when you lay the foundation and build a strong first floor, second floor, third floor, all the way up to the 12th floor, then you will have the best school district in Philadelphia, which is equal, diversity, and community minded. I have stated this for me, right, except to be in the action group, and I hope that you as the city council will definitely look into doing whatever is possible to help our children become the exceptional children that each and every one of them have the opportunity to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Willette. Thank you for your testimony. We have Miriam Hill, and then after Miriam, we'll have Eric Santoro, and then we'll have Solomon Jones. Miriam, just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank council for listening to all of us today. My name is Miriam Hill, and I'm the proud parent of an 8th grader at Carver Engineering and Science. I understand the deep need for equity in this district, and I see that change is necessary, and I even think a lottery might be a good idea. I think the district's intentions were good, but I am here today because the district failed to think out the details and has created a process that will harm some kids. I have 3 requests. Please be fair to the 8th graders at Carver, SLA Bieber, Masterman, and other schools that have a middle school with an associated high school. At Carver, we have 68th graders and about 200 high school seats. This is such a small number of kids, I can't understand why the district is just so, won't even listen to us or talk to us in a real way about this question. As others have said, when our kids applied to Carver, the principal told us that if our kids got A's and B's in 7th and 8th, they would get strong preference for admission to Carver High School. We knew we had to reapply, but it was something close to a promise from the principals if our kids did the work. And this was not a perception. We have video that I've shared with some of you of the Carver principals explaining the school exactly this way. Now the district's saying that because there was no written policy, they don't have to honor what the principals, the district employees said. Are parents expected to ask for a written policy every time a principal gives us information? Our kids worked hard based on what principals told them. Now the district's saying, never mind. And they hit our kids with this when they were finally back in school after a pandemic year, starting to make friends and getting in-person instruction. Things were starting to seem normal, and then this came, which, by the way, was announced by robocall. So my first request is that you find a way to honor the commitment made to the middle schoolers. We believe there are simple solutions because there's room at most of these schools for current 8th graders and for hundreds of children from the lottery. My second request is that the district start communicating with parents, teachers, and staff in a fair and human way. This district's top-down approach has hidden deadly asbestos and environmental problems and thrown parents and kids into disarray with its random announcements. The district claims there was a public process about the lottery. If their communications were effective, why were so many parents completely surprised by this change? Please take the opportunity that comes with a new superintendent to create a system of open, transparent communication, one with lots of room for discussion and time for parents to plan for changes. Honestly, if you'd given me a year to deal with this, maybe I wouldn't have been so, angry and dismayed. But as many have noted, they gave us a few weeks to, visit schools, think about private school. Some of us are thinking about moving to the suburbs. I mean, it was just shocking to me that they would do this, and we all have jobs. My final request is that we all work together to create excellent schools throughout the city. The district says our kids can go to neighborhood schools. And, as a person of some racial and economic privilege, I really had to ask myself, am I right to fight this fight? And I keep coming back to a moment I had with my fellow Carver parents on a Zoom call when one by one the parents said some version of, I can't send my child to Roxborough, I can't send my child to Strawberry Mansion, I can't send my child to Lincoln. This is the root problem, and we want to work with you to create more excellent high schools, to fight for fair funding and other much needed changes. But we need your help, and we need a district that sees us as partners, not as problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miriam, for your testimony. Next, we have Eric. If you want to just state your name for the record and proceed, and then we'll go on to Solomon Jones. Thank you.
Chair, I'm sorry for interrupting. I'd just like to note that Ms. Wallette, you have not muted your microphone. If you could do that, we don't want to hear any private conversations you might have. If everyone could double check your microphones, make sure they're muted. Thank you very much.
Okay, members of council, good morning. My name is Eric Santoro, and I'm the proud parent of 3 Masterman students. Many of the problems with the school selection process have already been outlined in a petition signed by more than 1,500 people that was already sent to City Council. So I won't repeat all of them. But really, all of the issues stem from one overarching fundamental flaw. The district ramrodded through the changes at the very last minute without meaningful engagement or feedback from students or parents, and we've heard about that today. But to give you just one example, at several school board meetings, many parents, including myself, spoke up and warned that the writing requirement was poorly designed and callously implemented to inevitably cause mental distress and humiliation. As you heard this morning from a panel of experts, These concerns unfortunately proved accurate. All of the predicted problems actually occurred, and this could have been avoided had the district merely engaged with parents before making changes. This is a city that understands the need for public feedback. For the redesign of the Benjamin Franklin Parkway, extensive time is set aside for meetings with the public to engage prior to starting. And if we could seek public feedback for a landscaping project, we surely could do the same for a policy that will dramatically alter educational opportunities for thousands of students. 8th graders attending citywide middle schools left the comfort of their neighborhoods to study rigorous educational curricula with an understanding that if they show up every day, work really hard, and do well, they would almost certainly be admitted into their corresponding high school. For the district to now pretend otherwise is really just patronizing to us. Some 10 to 14-year-olds traveled more than 90 minutes each way on public transit. Now we're telling them that none of it mattered. Whether they can stay is just up to a lottery. What kind of lessons are we sending these students? Moreover, other schools like Kappa, Gamp, and Carver cater to particular skills and interests. Lotteries that admit students by chance will inevitably undermine these schools' unique missions. The justification for the changes, from everything I've heard prior to today and everything I heard this morning, seems to be Masterman. That it supposedly lacks diversity and it is, quote, a bastion of privilege. I admittedly have not studied this, but my children's experience has not been consistent with this narrative. I have taken my children all over the city to visit Masterman friends who come from a wide variety of racial, ethnic, and economic backgrounds. They also have friends whose families come from all parts of the world, including the Caribbean, Latin America, Africa, the Middle East, Eastern Europe, South and East Asia, and several others. And I understand that in last year's entering class, the percentage of black students tripled compared to the prior year. That alone should give pause to anyone advocating for lotteries. This cultural diversity is one of the reasons my family values Masterman. It is indeed ironic that to improve the diversity at Masterman, the district is employing a writing sample that is really just an English language proficiency test, which unequivocally discriminates against unequivocally discriminates against English language learners. The demographics of Philadelphia are changing, and we risk inadvertently replacing perceived racism with nativism. I urge a pause to all the new changes to the school selection process and instead urge the district to actually engage with the families who are being impacted in a thoughtful collaboration to better design a selection process that will both promote equity and better meet the needs of the impacted students. I thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Eric, for your testimony. Solomon Jones, if you're available. And then after that, we'll go to Tathania Vapawala. Solomon, please state your name for the record and proceed.
My name is Solomon Jones. I am a lifelong Philadelphian radio host, columnist, and leader in our community. I want to share something with you that was told to me as we did a study on gun violence. 26-year-old young man said this: "We all go to one school because we C grade or below. So we got to go to that school and be around the kids that don't want to learn nothing. So they put us in that setting and it's like, give up. That's basically what it is. The solution is just stop with that. They need to get rid of feeder schools, period." I'm talking about from 9th grade. When I found out what it was, oh, this is a feeder school. This is what we got to go to because we didn't get our right grades. But I'm like, oh, I applied for Central. I applied for School of the Future. I applied to Saul. Yo, can y'all give me some help so I can get into one of these? So basically, it's like you guys want me to turn into a monster because you're putting me around with other monsters. So I had no option but to become that too, to protect myself. These are the words of a 26-year-old man from North Philly whose life was impacted by gun violence. His brother's arm was shattered by gunfire. His cousin was murdered just days after he made this statement. He was someone who experienced gun violence for himself, but the gun violence started long before anybody pulled the trigger. It started in neighborhood schools that were under-resourced and underfunded. It started with schools where his hunger for knowledge was swallowed up in classrooms where learning was impossible. It started where he had no opportunity to get into the magnet schools he longed to attend. Like so many of our black children, he was fed into a system that churns out far too much hopelessness, fed into a system that churns out far too much apathy, fed into a system that forces too many of our kids to choose between becoming monsters or becoming victims. That's the reality of our children in our most challenged communities. And that can't be their only option. Our magnet schools are a shining light within this beleaguered school system. They're places that provide children the opportunity to rise above economics, to rise above social ills, to rise above broken families, to rise above expectations. I know this because I attended Masterman Middle School. And even after my parents divorced and our economic situation changed and our family structure changed and our reality changed, Solomon Jones, this child of a single mother from North Philly, had the opportunity to go to school with the children of newspaper editors and doctors and lawyers and business owners and mayors. I learned Latin with Dr. DiPace and history with Mrs. Waters and impressionist art with Mrs. Lindner. I learned that there was a world beyond 25th and Oxford, a place that was at the time challenged by poverty, but where the neighbors loved each other and shared what little we had. That education became the foundation for who and what I would later become. So even when the drugs that had decimated my community overtook me and left me homeless, I could lean on the education I'd received at Masterman, knowing they could never take that away from me. That education, that's why I survived poverty. It's why I survived homelessness. It's why I survived the streets, and it's why I can now be a voice for my community. But now the school district is breaking the promise of magnet schools by reneging on the promises made to parents of those who attended these middle schools. At Carver Engineering and Science, where my son is now a senior, parents were told that their middle school students could attend the high school if their grades and behavior were good. There are other magnet middle schools where the same promises were made, and now those promises are being broken. Not only that, the school district has selected zip codes that are rapidly gentrifying and given them priority when it comes to attending magnet schools. Why should students in what is now called Brewery Town get priority when there are houses in that community that sell for $400,000? That's a setup. Because as that community continues to gentrify, black communities will disappear and black children will have yet another barrier to receiving the highest quality education that our city has to offer. And as a professional writer, I'm offended that a writing test judged by a computer would be used as an admissions tool for these schools. Not only because our community schools don't prepare our children to be good writers, they don't, but because writing is the one discipline that could never be judged by a computer. Good writing touches the heart. It finds the thing that makes us human and gives it life. It speaks to us in quiet places that can't be judged by a machine. I'm testifying today not just for the students who currently attend our magnet schools, but for the ones who could not attend and were swallowed up by the criminal justice system. I testify for the ones who could not attend and were trapped in a cycle of poverty. I testify for the ones who could not attend and lost their lives to gunfire. Education in America has always been a tool that's been used to keep black children from competing on equal footing. And it's why we had to fight through Brown versus Education. But even then, schools were not desegregated. I know this because right here in Philly, it wasn't until 2009 that the School Reform Commission voted to end 40 years of desegregation litigation and committed to implementing a plan that would improve achievement in the district's racially isolated schools. That improved achievement is still not a reality. But in our magnet schools, our kids have a fighting chance. So let me be blunt. I believe the school district's changes to the magnet school admission process will set up generations of black children to be left out of these schools in even greater numbers. So this is more than a matter of education. It's a matter of economics. It's a matter of racial justice. It's a matter of life and death. Our children are dying. And so this is what I am demanding, and this is what I'll be taking to our community. 1, no changes to the magnet school admissions process should be made until a new superintendent is appointed. 2, children who currently attend magnet middle school should be allowed to stay and attend the high schools as they were promised. 3, a computerized writing test should not be used to determine admittance to magnet schools. And 4, the current list of preferred zip codes should be thoroughly reviewed before they are implemented. We will not stop advocating for our children. So dig in and get ready for a fight. Thank you for allowing me to testify this morning.
Thank you, Solomon, for your testimony. Doctor, if you want to proceed, and then after Doctor, we have Archbishop Mary Floyd Palmer.
Sure. Thank you. And I want to start by thanking all of the panelists who have spoken thus far for sharing your truth. And I want to thank all of the City Council members for your tireless individual and collective dedication to our city, and for this opportunity today to discuss the school selection process so we can reinforce our shared goals of promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion within our schools and throughout our community. I'm here today representing my personal perspectives as a longtime resident of Philadelphia, as a practicing physician, as a medical school educator and administrator, and a mother of a 5th and 6th grader in the magnet school system. I work in the city as a cancer doctor, but in addition to caring for patients, I conduct research to help identify and reduce existing healthcare disparities impacting Black and Latino men in Philadelphia. I publish extensively on the lack of diversity in our national scientific and medical workforces, and I have the tremendous honor of recruiting and teaching students and junior doctors who hail from incredibly diverse backgrounds. And I just want to explain that I'm an immigrant. I'm also an immigrant who grew up in an impoverished village in India. My father arrived to this country with $70 and 0 professional training. He worked at a gas station for several years before saving up enough funds to sponsor my grandmother, mother, and me so we could make the arduous journey and embark upon this proverbial American dream. And for years, we lived in a cramped one-bedroom apartment that was infested with rodents, but filled with gratitude for the present and hope for the future. And for even more years, my parents were and continue to be subject to countless racial epithets, and I was teased mercilessly at school, ostracized for my accent, my broken English, my skin color, my strange name. But beyond my family, it was my public school teachers and my public school education that made the greatest impression on me. It was my public school teachers who reminded me why we risked so much to start a brand new life in the United States. It was they who reassured me that despite my differences and the prejudice that these differences provoked, that I did in fact belong there. And it was my public school teachers who instilled in me the realization that education is the foundation upon which all opportunities are built, upon which the cycle of poverty is broken, and upon which our children's dreams are realized. Here in Philadelphia, there are countless families, no matter their race or ethnicity or zip code, who do not have the financial means to consider private schools or other options. Magnet schools are one beacon of hope, and they can offer a life-changing path for so many of our kids. I am empathetic with and stand in support of all of the families who are immediately impacted by the recently introduced high school student selection process. I am not part of that immediate impact, but I feel for what they are going through, and I implore council members to listen to these parents and students, to hear their anguish, and to promptly address their concerns regarding the educational opportunities that they fear have been destroyed as a result. I also fully appreciate firsthand from my own role in overseeing admissions for a large, prestigious medical school and my professional commitment to increase our population of medical students from historically underrepresented backgrounds, something that I consider my passion. I truly appreciate that student selection is an incredibly complex and complicated process. Using zip codes as a proxy for diversity is inherently specious, and it risks the opposite of the intended outcome, as you already heard from so many folks earlier today. Lottery-based admissions will absolutely overlook some of our most talented and capable youth from all corners of the city. So I also stand ready to support the necessary work to accomplish the Board of Education and school districts' daunting task of ensuring a fair and more equitable process for high school admission. There are several critical evidence-based approaches that we can undertake and that would improve access for many of our deserving but currently underrepresented students. For example, the selection process can include weighted factors to acknowledge and account for a student's resources or lack therein, for a student's hardships or lack therein, and recognize and value the importance of character and integrity and potential that may not and frankly are not reflected in traditional measures. And this holistic approach can achieve equity without dashing the hopes of deserving students who just happen to reside in the wrong zip code that particular year, or they strike out in the lottery. But these kind of multifactorial admissions approaches, they require time, they require resources, thoughtful discourse, and frankly, sensitivity towards all affected from all backgrounds. So today's hearing is about ensuring that we do not compromise educational opportunities for current 8th graders. Not this year, not ever. But beyond today, we need significant investment in all of our neighborhood schools. We need validated research. We need expansion of seats in criteria-based schools. And we need institution of meaningful metrics to demonstrate meaningful gains in equity, not token gains, while we maintain, if not enhance, the standards and quality of our children's educational experience. So right now, we ask for emergent action from the leadership of this city to address the myriad issues that have been raised today. But real and durable solutions will require council members to commit to ongoing prioritization of all of our schools, broad stakeholder engagement, inclusion of relevant counsel from experts who are ready and willing to collaborate with the school district and Board of Education to give of our time and our expertise. And it's only through this longitudinal commitment that we can elevate education to the platform it deserves, that we can implement fair and holistic school and student selection approaches, and that we can realize our shared imperative to increase diversity, equity, inclusion, and opportunity for a high-quality public school education for all Philadelphians. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to share those thoughts today.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. Much appreciated. I know we have Archbishop Mary Floyd Palmer. Are you available to testify? Just state your name for the record.
Yes.
Proceed.
Archbishop Mary Floyd Palmer. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please proceed.
Good afternoon to Chairperson Sanchez, to Chairman Representative Squilla, to esteemed committee members, prestigious panelists, other elected officials, the community at large in the city of Philadelphia, concerned parents, and most importantly, our impacted students, along with our school district representatives. I am Archbishop Mary Floyd Palmer, and I am the first Archbishop in the city of Philadelphia and the state of Pennsylvania, where I serve also as president and presiding bishop of the Philadelphia Council of Clergy, as a community activist and radio show host, but more importantly, I'm a lifelong citizen of this city. I am also the parent of 5 adult children, 4 of which all graduated from the School District of Philadelphia. I'm a grandmother of 7, who all presently attend public school systems, except for one, 6 of 7, Central High, Tech Ferrer, Fittler Academics, and private daycare, and a great-grandmom of an almost 1-year-old grandson who will also be coming through this august educational system, of which I am most proud. I am also a graduate of the Philadelphia High School for Girls, class of 1980, and one who was proud to attend a school where such diversity allowed me the opportunity to get an excellent education. This was guided through me and was pivotal in my career, no matter what station in life. As Mr. Jones said, it helped me in bad parts of my life when things were not so great, but it was my education that carried me and afforded me the opportunity to seek employment and to be stellar at whatever assignment I had. As a faith leader, I have listened intently to more than a few parents who shared with me their concern and their august to this current situation. My role is to listen and provide comfort and support to them. I watched them as they cried, as they shed tears, fearful for what this will do to their children. Their question, their word, and their supports felt subject to being scrutinized. How do you respond to a child who says, "Mom, Dad, Why are we changing? Why can't I go back and be with my friends? Why is this happening now? How can anyone stand there and see tears on any child's face and not be impacted? I do not believe that anyone on this panel is against improvement, against equity, or equality. I believe that the wholehearted opportunity is for all of us to be able to get the best education. This, of course, is pivotal upon 5 schools or more where there is a process that has been implemented. But more importantly, this is not just about these children now because it is highlighted, but it's about all children, as previously has been said, having the same opportunities of education across all sectors and sections of our city. I've lived in Philadelphia all of my life. I was afforded an opportunity when I wanted to apply to the Philadelphia High School for Girls coming from a private education. I was told what the process was 2 years in advance. I was not only given assistance, but support, study helps, if needed, for me to be able to take an entrance exam to attend this particular school. It was a selection process, but I was readily prepared, and my parents expected me to do the best that I could, and thankfully I did well. To change an opportunity for children after a promise has been made would make any parent or any leader subject to wondering, can they be trusted? Transparency is necessary when it comes for us as leaders, whether we are parents, community activists, politicians, elected officials, or even if we run a company. It is the duty of those of us in leadership to be transparent and honest with all who we oversee. It is important for us as parents to be able to tell our children that honesty is the best policy and to make and ensure an environment where transparency is key. There is nothing in life that can do any alteration that we can always predict the outcome. However, we do have a voice that can help to transform. Part of this transformation is being able to be informed, involved, and then to come to the right solution at the right time. I would venture to say, from the number of people that have reached out to me both publicly and or privately, either through the radio show or even inboxing me, that there is a great concern that at this time is a concern. Should we be throwing our children into additional trauma after coming from a pandemic? How many of us, even as adults, have adapted to a new and involved or reviewed or reformed way of life due to the pandemic? How are we? Okay. Many of us are not, but we are existing because there is a need to. And for us to now put this burden on our children when they yearn to be back in a social environment that only helped in their educational achievements, and then to say, sorry, we don't have a process, or sorry, this process is now, or sorry, you don't have a voice, or even worse than that, if you don't like it, go somewhere else. Is this how we handle adult situations? Is this a democracy? Is this what we are about? I am a proud parent, a proud grandparent, and I have always taught my children that if there is something that is not right, to speak up. I'm speaking not only as a leader and a community activist, but I'm also speaking as one who has gone through the public school system and years later expect my children to be proud of the same process that their parents and I and other taxpayers are paying for. I believe the School District of Philadelphia has good intentions. I want to believe that they are advocating what is best for our children. But when a process brings more harm than good, it is time to revisit it. It is time to look at it. And then it is time to carefully and thoughtfully figure out, is this the best time? At the end of the day, it is my hope that we as leaders who are supposed to be exhibiting ethics and morals and protecting the gentle minds of our children will help us to be honorable people before them. This pandemic has isolated us as humans, and many of us suffer trauma. Trauma in not being able to grieve the way we used to. Trauma of not being able to speak and being isolated. Now we are getting back to a time where we can enjoy one another's presence. How can we ensure the safety and security of our precious children's mind and prevent additional trauma that emotionally could cause many of them to shut down, not desire to learn, and end up becoming the worst part of our society? Is failure our ultimate goal? Or are we, as adults, supposed to do everything we can to keep our word? I do not believe that improvement is an issue. I do not believe that a process is an issue. Transparency is, open communication is, and at the end of the day, is it best for our most precious commodity that anyone on this panel may have, and that is our children. I don't know if you can agree with anything that would bring more harm than good to them. As for me, I certainly cannot. And I hope that from the passion that I am speaking as a mother, as a grandmother, as a proud great-grandma, that I will be able to embrace a school system that cares passionately about them as I do. I thank you for this opportunity to speak to you, and I hope that transparency will strengthen the trust that we want to have in a working relationship with all involved. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you, Archbishop, for your testimony. Much appreciated. Next, we have Sharon Finzheimer, and then Dr. Helene Barjan, and then Michael Zhang. Sharon, would you like to state your name for the record and then proceed?
Oh, man, I wasn't here.
You're muted. You're muted, Sharon.
Okay, my name is Sharon Finzheimer. Do you hear me? Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, council members and guest speakers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today from a principal perspective. My name is Sharon Finzheimer. I'm a retired principal of the Franklin Spencer Edmonds School in the Philadelphia School District, where I served as principal from 2002 to 2015. Prior to that, I was the principal of the Joria Ward House School from 1995 through 2002. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before council today and offer my views regarding the magnet school selection process in Philadelphia. During my 20 years as principal, every year many of my students would apply to the district magnet schools. It's a stressful process for the applicants, and the school district must take that into account when altering a selection process. Changing the process without a pilot program for eval before making significant adjustments is not fair to the students who had been anticipating and preparing for a different process. I'm expressing my support for the concerns of many that came forward to object to the current changes proposed by the school district in the selection process. I'll address some of the reasons quickly. Computer-graded writing sample has many problems, as we've heard all morning, for a variety of reasons. Those who design such programs advise against using these programs for grading purposes. It's a program used to improve student writing ability, not to grade writing ability. Introducing a program and then to utilize the results as part of the selection process is unduly stressful and not fair to the student applicants. I'm also a principal that represented learning support students, emotional support students, and autistic support students. So I know firsthand what Kim Caputo addressed in reference to 504 accommodations and accommodations for our special needs students. Deleting the results of standardized test scores takes away a significant way to level the playing field among applicants and identify students with significant potential. These tests measure where the students are in their educational development against their peers and against the curriculum standards. Eliminating standardized test scores as one of the eval components removes an important tool to compare applicants. Since the change process was not transparent and there was no pilot program to eval for admission, apparently applicant zip code will be used as an input for the evaluation process. The weight of zip code will also be used as an input for the unintended consequence of eliminating those the new process seeks to help. The curriculum in the 5 schools impacted is very demanding, and it's important to admit those students who have the best chance to succeed. The zip code where a student lives is not a valid predictor of future academic performance. Test scores are at least a valid predictor. The impact of eliminating scores and adding zip code needs to be carefully evaluated and explained. Bottom line, as a principal in the Philadelphia School District, I was always very careful to make it my priority to engage all family and community stakeholders in the decision-making process regarding our Philadelphia students. The fact that the new selection process did not include public comment or involvement is contrary to what the School District of Philadelphia represents. I strongly recommend the school district pause the proposed changes to the selection process. More work needs to be done. A leadership team needs to be put in place that includes family and community engagement. The top educational resources in Philadelphia need to be effectively used to let our best and our brightest excel. The new admission criteria and overall policy that governs the magnet school selection process must come forth from a collaborative and identification of those creators who are accountable for impactful policy change. Many such sweeping and significant change with little or no transparency is not good public policy. Thank you. It's wonderful meeting you all and participating in today's hearing. Thank you.
That would actually work. It's either that or you have to go the route up.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Sharon. Dr. Helene, if you want to state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Hello. Thank you for listening to me. My name for the record is Dr. Helene Florian, and I am an adjunct professor at Drexel, where I specialize in community-based learning and social, racial, and economic justice work. And like everybody who has spoken today, we absolutely agree with the comments that Dr. Jubilee made about improving equity and equality and understanding that those two terms are not the same. But I do want to say, like most people who've spoken today, that I have grave concerns about the process. Now, I know that we're running late, and I want to keep my comments very brief. So what I'm going to do today is to just give you some background information on the student experiences of the writing test as it's played out across the school district. And, as we heard from Dr. Joshua Wright, that process is deeply flawed, and I think fatally flawed to the point where it has to be removed from the evaluations. What we have seen is, and given Dr. Wright's testimony, we understand why we've seen what we've seen, is that rather than the scores on those tests roughly reflecting benchmarks and GPAs, as you would expect, that they in fact haven't. And what we've seen in many, many instances across the school, and including at my child's own school, is that the highest grades have actually gone to the lowest performing writers in the school based on those benchmarks and GPAs, while students who are extremely gifted writers have scored low and in numerous cases actually scored below 22, right? And these are students with GPAs of close to 100, consistently over numerous years. That I think has been in part answered by the fact that content was not evaluated in that test. And these are students who excel at producing content and argument, who are creative writers, who are thoughtful writers, and whose emphasis will have been on the production of content. That's not evaluated, I think, is a fatal flaw, right? Part of the education that they receive in writing is content-based. It's not just about the bare bones of grammar and structure. The prompts also tended to prioritize content and argument. And that means that that's what the students will have pushed their attention to. I also want to point out that what we've also observed is that those prompts were massively inconsistent. So there were prompts that said things like, choose a superpower, right? Define success. Why is your school great, right? Up against prompts that said things like, how could your school incorporate community service into its curriculum? Discuss the ban on phone use while driving. Athletes need C's to play, discuss. Right? These are prompts that are not available to the experience or knowledge of a middle schooler, and certainly not to all middle schoolers, as they have to be in order for them to be fair. I know of a number of instances of students essentially balking at the prompt they were given and not knowing how to address it, not knowing how to write an answer, and that impacted those students. Furthermore, prompts that were sent out by the district as examples to teachers and students to practice with the absolute promise that they would not be on the test, were in fact on the test. Right? So that means that some students, lucky enough to receive those prompts, were able to write back out what they had practiced in class with teachers' assistance. That means that the scoring that we have is in no way representative of skill or ability and is not in any way fair, equitable, or equal. Right? And in that sense is completely unacceptably flawed. Therefore, I want to argue, as other people have today, that those scores need urgent revision, that they need to be replaced with a different kind of writing sample. And I want to refer back to the very early comments made about by a parent talking about their child having expected to be able to write their story, to talk of their own challenges, their own needs relative to school, in a way that allows the schools to choose its students based on a really nuanced understanding of who each student is. That needs to be returned, or that we need to, at the very least, use a cumulative score that includes school-weighted GPAs and benchmark and star evaluations. And students with high grades in writing should be permitted to appeal scores that were below 22 or 17, as the case may be. I think that another point that needs to be made is that GPAs, in fact, are not beyond the reach of the district. They manage a grade book, which is the formal grade register for all students in the district, which has quarterly and annual grades listed. Therefore, working out what a GPA is a very simple step beyond that. Another point that I want to reiterate is the shame and trauma that has been imposed on students who did not score well in that test, particularly students who are expecting to score high based on their GPAs, and the grave consequences that will have for student confidence, health, and well-being district-wide, particularly for students who suffer from conditions like anxiety, depression, PTSD, and other neuroatypical conditions or disabilities. Right? I also want to point out that the failures of this writing test highlights the lack of equity and equality in the admissions process generally. And in its current form, it's effectively an additional lottery, right? I want to point out that lotteries are arbitrary by definition and cannot ensure inclusivity unless they're highly manipulated, that they divide and isolate, and that they increase uncertainty and stress. And one of the most common things that I have heard and that many other parents have heard across the district is the great fear that students have that they will not be able to maintain their cohorts and support groups as they move on to high school, that they have no idea if they will be with their friends, with the people who are so important to them maintaining their health and mental health. that they are already concerned about the year, that the 18 months they've all just been through. Whether we're talking about, the issues around Black Lives Matter and the other questions that have sort of been brought to everybody's attention in really important ways, but also because of homeschooling and the ongoing pandemic, the losses that they've all individually suffered, the hardships that have increased in our communities. And that most students in the 8th grade see this as the district essentially continuing to be mean and cruel to them at a moment where they most need support and care. In conclusion, the district has admitted they do not know if this will work. But a dramatic change like this in process should know if it will work. It should be backed by research, data, community and professional consultation, and testing that ensures it will achieve its goals before it is implemented, not experimenting and potentially in vain with the high stakes of children's futures. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you so much for your testimony. Much appreciated. Next, we have Michael Zhang, and then Natalie Morales will wind up the testimony. So, Michael, if you're available, state your name for the record, and then proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Zhang, and I am here as a spokesperson on behalf of the Chinese American parents opposing the new admissions process. I am also a parent of the school district. I am also a proud parent of a 10th grader at Central and a 7th grader at Masterman. My wife and I decided to move our children from Brandywine School District in Delaware with our goal of getting our children into Masterman and Central because we knew these schools had high expectations and standards. And we have always told our children that if they study hard, they can get into these schools and they can become who they want to be. They participated in many extracurricular activities and community services, and they also study very hard, often, sometimes late into the nights. And we always told them that if they study hard, they will achieve their success. And it is not fair that they will now be put into a lottery system. I came to this country as a 3rd grader and an ESL student. And I got into the magnet program by 7th grade. I came in 1987. So my whole family came here. And we started, with nothing and had everything, built everything up. And I can personally relate to the immigrant students and the impact that this policy has on them, and as well as first-generation immigrant parents. Yeah, my family came here for a better opportunity, and my family also, my mother especially, has sacrificed everything for my sister and my future. She always inspired us to work hard, and we can contribute to society. She is no longer with me today. She has passed away a few years ago. And we are here today because according to the district's budget plan for the fiscal year 2021, it was provided funding for about $4 billion in revenues funded by tax dollars paid by taxpayers. It is imperative that the voices of the taxpayers be heard. Many parents in the Chinese community have reached out to me after they got to know me from the Christina Liu Stop Hate and City of Brotherly Law Unity rally. As Dr. Martin Luther King had a dream that one day all of our children can live in a nation that will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. We believe that by this, all communities should come together so that we can achieve Dr. King's dream one day. It is a duty of the school district to improve education for all children and to provide a safe and secure environment that is conducive to learning. It is a duty of every parent and educator to bestow upon the mind of our young children knowledge and wisdom by planting seeds of love that produce the fruit of compassion for our neighbors. We must teach them that each individual is endowed with their unique gift and talent. We must liberate their minds so that they have the power to become the change that they want to see in this world. As Nelson Mandela also said, education is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change the world. We must inspire our young children. We must inspire them to become who they want to be so that one day they may render their best in hope of uniting humanity. And it is also a slogan of the United Negro College Fund that a mind is a terrible thing to waste. And many in the Asian immigrant parent and children have questioned why none of the zip codes in those neighborhoods represented many of the low-income Asian families, like Chinatown, like some areas in South Philly, and areas in Northeast where there are many low-income, working-class Asian Americans that work in restaurants, behind restaurant kitchens, and doing waiters, delivering food, and supermarkets and warehouses. Each school has a different magnet program that specializes in different areas of interest. The new process is unfair to all families, regardless of race or socioeconomic background. It is unfair to all those that made tremendous sacrifice for the sake of their children's education. Many immigrant parents who work long hours while their children study on their own. Many themselves have only elementary school level education and do not even speak English. They did everything they could to be able to help their children qualify by merit into these top performing schools. Each child is unique and they are very different in their own special ways, but every child should be allowed to pick the school that match best to their interests and their academic abilities. The new process denies our children of that choice. Many Asian American parents did not get involved with their children's school activities because they do not know many issues at our schools, because they didn't speak English and they don't understand a lot of the issues that we are dealing with. Many work long hours and they do manual labor jobs, and no information about this new process was ever sent to them in a language that they can understand, and they were never asked to participate in this process. The writing test is not fair to immigrant students who may write perfectly in their native language, but they struggle with English and grammar. Even students among the top of their class may not be among their friends next year if they lose the lottery. How is it fair that a poor student, regardless of race, that perform at the top of their class because they value education and study hard might now lose a seat to someone less qualified and may even be from a wealthier family? What kind of message are we sending to our young children that their grades and efforts do not matter? The entire process undermines the principle of merit and academic integrity that are of the essence in maintaining high standard of quality at top performing schools like Central and Masterman. Our children are competing globally with students from all over the world for spots in our universities. No other country would use a lottery system to qualify their top students into their top schools. This new policy is unfair to all families, regardless of race or economic background, especially to those children who have worked hard to meet the admissions criteria under the merit-based system. My question is, why not improve education at all levels by creating more classrooms with students who can qualify into these magnet schools at all levels, even in grade schools, through merits rather than lowering qualification standards? And there wouldn't be a need for the use of a lottery system. With $4 billion of funding for our school district, according to the school district's 2021 fiscal year budget proposal, we can improve education by expanding school buildings, adding more classrooms, hiring more qualified teachers and support staffs. We can build new schools and make more magnet seats available so that all who qualifies may earn a seat. Criteria-based schools should select students based on academic achievements and scholastic abilities, along with the students' attendance records, behavioral history, an essay reviewed by a panel of real teachers and real school staff, which are essential. We should focus on improving education, not tearing down schools that took years to build up and rank among the top in our nation. I suggest we expand our school buildings to add more advanced classes and language programs and hire more qualified teachers to improve education at a much earlier grade at the catchment and neighborhood level so that students in all zip codes may qualify by merits rather than by lottery. I believe the school board has abused their power to implement the new admissions policy without any regards for public input or accountability. It is a fake system. It is a fraud and a scheme perpetrated in the name of equity to destroy our top-rated schools like Masterman and Central, Carver, and SLA. The district has failed to improve education at all levels. With the $4 billion funding received through taxpayer money, we as taxpayers must demand the school district be fair to all students, respect all parents, and be transparent with all process. Until the school district can meet these demands, we ask the process be stopped and consider alternatives so that no student may be harmed in this process. our children are our future, and I want to thank everyone who has joined to participate today. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for your testimony. And last person testifying, Natalie Morales. If you're available, just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Hello, my name is Natalie Morales of Feltonville Arts and Sciences, and I'm in the 8th grade. I would like to thank you for having me here. I believe this policy is highly unfair. It doesn't score how good students write on it, and it puts unnecessary amount of stress on students. And that also causes them to perform worse. Coming from my own experience, this test only made me feel like a failure. It got to the point where I couldn't even look my own mother in the eye because I felt like I failed her. And I'm not testifying only for myself. I'm testifying for other students in the district, probably over hundreds and thousands. I'm sorry for the background.
That's all right. Take your time. Not a problem.
Well, that's really all I have. Once again, I would like to thank you for your time and consideration.
Well, thank you for the courage to come out here and testify. It's important to hear the voice of the students also, and we much appreciate it. So thank you. And I know, is there anyone else here to testify on this bill? We do have written testimony that's going to be submitted for the record for Blair Downey, Janira Amadeo, Brett Camarada Miller, Kelly Collins, Dr. Stephen Newman, and Mitchell Ornstein. So we do have that written testimony. And if there's not any questions, we will now go into a public comment period. We will ask our IT folks to give us a little bit of time, I guess, to connect those folks onto this call. And Modesto, are you available to do that?
Yes, we will, Councilman. The public comment.
While he's doing that, I want to thank everyone who testified. We have a lot of important information that we shared. We have a lot of concerns that we need to address. And this is a very important hearing, and looking forward to continuing conversations as we move forward. Once we have the public commenters on, we will ask IT to read out the names as they are ready.
Councilman, we are now live. Mr. Chair, we are now live.
Thank you all. We're back at our public hearing on the Education Committee on resolution number 210978. We do have public comment period now. I believe if we could see who is on the line. I have a list, but not sure what order, if everybody is connected. For the record, I just want to announce that Council Member Thomas is present at the hearing. Modesto, do we know who is available?
We have Councilwoman Blackwell.
Councilmember Blackwell? Thank you. Hope you're connected. Just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony. Thank you for being here.
Hey, it's Janie Blackwell. How you doing, Councilman?
We're doing
Can you
great.
hear me?
Thank you for... Yes, we
it's
hear
so-
you well.
oh, I've been listening to you all morning. I heard the opening comments, and certainly I want to thank Councilman O for his legislation. I should have got on the list early. I've been listening to it since you all made your opening comments, and you've been since the state reps spoke and the head of the Black Caucus, since one of my favorite ministers spoke, and I had to call to say how important this is. And when you look at it, everybody, you've had 100% of the people testified who agreed that this is not the way to go. And I guess Solomon Jones was one of the most outspoken in his remarks that he's ready for a fight. But everybody feels the same way. And it's very disappointing that outgoing superintendent and this school board would not realize that they need to make a change. So certainly I wanted to thank you. I wanted to say that I look forward to supporting you. There's no way I cannot deal with these whole issues of education that you all are doing a great job in keeping up with. Councilman O, I appreciate you. You've always stayed on top of myriad issues. Thank you, Mark, as well. God bless you. I'm there for you. And thank you for doing the people's work and trying to make sure that our children and education are protected. God bless you.
Thank you, Council
Thank you,
Lake.
Council Member. Thank you for all your hard work, dedication to the city.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Marquita Washington, if you are connected, can you just state your name for the record and proceed with your comments?
Yes, my name is Marquita J. Washington, Philadelphia City Council Committee on Education. Good afternoon, and I thank you for allowing me to be heard. Today I come to you as a former teacher, educator in the School District of Philadelphia, and as a quiet activist for children, usually preferring to be in the background. However, today I am compelled to speak on behalf of children who are being affected by the new policy on criteria-based schools. These children include my two grandsons. A whirlwind of thoughts and emotions overcame me when I became aware of this situation. For the sake of time, I will only mention a few. Some of these points might be repetitive, but they are my thoughts. My first thought as an educator was to look at the assessment tool with which these students are being judged. Am I right? In 2019, in a published position paper, Am I Right, by their own admission, wrote that this is a tool that should be used for scoring and giving students comprehensive lessons on writing essays and get prompt feedback on their strengths and weaknesses. After providing several reasons why Am I Right should not be relied upon as an assessment tool, the paper concludes by stating, and I quote, "While PEG is amazing, it is important to remember that it is a machine, not a brain, and can only do what it's trained to do. It would be very unfair to assign a grade to a student based on its evaluation of an essay. One student might benefit from transferring PEG scores to grades, while another might be penalized. Am I Right was designed to help students practice their skills in writing and to improve them based on feedback. This is a great tool, but it's not the only tool for teaching writing nor for assessing, end quote. A system of assessment should provide opportunities for students to demonstrate what they know and what they're able to do in a variety of ways. It should assure that multiple forms of evidence about student progress and achievement are available and that they are used collaboratively to make judgments about students. With such high stakes attached ensuring our children's learning progress, where is the data to show if Am I Right is a valid and reliable tool for assessment? Does Am I Right measure their full, true potential as an active learner or just their ability to write? I suggest that it provides a fragmented picture of the learner's ability as a writer that completely takes the teacher and teaching out of the equation. It deeply concerns me that for nearly 2 years, these students have been faced with many uncertainties of life that make a person who has been on this planet for 70 plus years shudder in disbelief. Research forecasting the impact of school closings and virtual learning on progress and achievement has yet to be determined. We are only scratching the surface of the short-term and long-term academic impacts of COVID. I contend that 2 years of fragmented learning would affect the student's writing and writing process more adversely than other content areas. And I'll pause for a moment because as a teacher, I realized what it was like to get a writing piece from my students. It was definitely a process and not something that they could sit down in front of a computer and generate with 100% proficiency. Finally, my soon-to-be 13-year-old, a curious, responsible, and amazing person, during these most unprecedented times said to me, Mom, they don't understand the position that they're putting us in. I'm angry. For 3 years, they have told us to work hard, get the best grades that we can, so that we can get to where we want to go. He told me it's all been for nothing. One of his classmates said that this is an experiment and we are the lab rats. He is a student at Masterman Laboratory and Demonstration School. I venture to say that many students throughout the city are feeling this way. I applaud you today on your efforts to address equity in the school district. In conclusion, in the words of the Am I Right paper I referred to earlier, substituting Am I Right for a teacher-assessed essay does not make a dependable summative grade. In the name of equity and in consideration of the unprecedented times, do not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Take a pause, reevaluate, listen to the solutions being proposed today, and please do not allow our 8th graders to suffer the brunt of hasty decisions yielding terrible results. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Marquita. Next, we have Shonda Corbett. If you're available, Shonda, just state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Yes, hi. My name is Shonda Corbett. My name is Shonda Corbett. My son is an 8th grader at Hill Freeman World Academy. When we joined Hill Freeman in the 6th grade, the principal told us that Hill Freeman middle schoolers got preference for admission to high school. The policy is also spelled out in the student handbook, which describes the middle school year program as a 6th through 10th grade. We have 150 high school seats and only 60 8th graders. There is enough space for Hill Freeman middle schoolers and for children from the lottery, whom we welcome to join us. After speaking to other parents, I discovered that they did not know anything about the lottery. After further investigation, I found out that the majority of the parents voted against the proposal, but the board still pushed it through anyway. I feel like we're being bullied to do something or to go along with the board with something that I would not have voted for had I known about the proposal myself. The school board has a non-bullying policy for our students, and at this point as a parent, I feel like I'm being bullied. It would be so easy to honor the commitment that your principals and employees made to our children. Why should we believe anything that the district tells us at this point when they keep going back on their word? Under the new system, why would any parent choose these middle schools knowing that they face another lottery in a few years? Why are we disrupting the children at Hill Freeman, a majority black school that has twice been named the Blue Ribbon School because there is a lack of diversity in other schools? The need to improve equity is huge, but I don't think the district thought out the details of the new policy carefully. The middle school issue is only one of many problems. How does the new admission policy help neighborhood schools which are so lacking in resources that many parents won't even consider them? Why did they and are they taking such a big part of our children's future, allowing it to rest on this writing from MI writers? Did you know that the company has, I'm sure you do because she just spoke about it, says that it shouldn't be used for grades? I would like to know some of these answers to some of these questions as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony, Shonda. Beth McRovian, if you're available, state your name for the record and then proceed if you're connected with your testimony.
You will not be testifying
Beth,
today, Council Chair.
If Beth is not available, Mitchell Ornstein. Mitchell, if you're on.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon, rather. My name is Mitchell Ornstein. I'm an educator, a professor of Russian and East European Studies at University of Pennsylvania. I've lived in the city since 2007. I've served on university admissions committees, and I have a child who loves attending a public magnet school here in Philadelphia. I want to thank Councilmember O for organizing these hearings, Councilmembers Squilla, Thomas, and Blackwell, and all council members and community members for their participation. Professor Joshua Wilson of University of Delaware, an author of 17 articles on automated writing assessment, stated that the use of MI Right for high-stakes decisions like admission was problematic, and boy was he right. The way the writing sample was rolled out was not only unfair, but also subject to many irregularities that have yet to be fully aired. Some were mentioned before. But MI Right is only one of the damaging aspects of the new selection process. The lottery undermines the principle of merit. To me, honestly, that's the biggest problem. The existing zip code preference does little to address widespread problems of equity in our city. And this system does not account for schools that admit not in ninth grade, but in middle school. I support a school selection system based on merit, measures of socioeconomic disadvantage that can be calculated for the entire city, rather than just a few zip codes, and some carve-outs for high schools that have their own attached middle schools. But first, let's talk about the process that got us here. The deficiencies of the school selection process, along with the environmental health and safety issues the council will consider later today, both arise from the poor policy process of the school district of Philadelphia. The district tries to do things secretly. It does not sufficiently consult experts. It makes rush decisions, gets criticized harshly, as it has today. It circles wagons, tries to avoid, and repeats. We need to work with the district to break this cycle, and we need solutions. So how do we solve the problem of diversity with excellence? The data exists to design a better approach today. Excellence demands that the best students with the best grades and test scores are rewarded. Equity demands that the students from disadvantaged backgrounds are not punished for circumstances beyond their control. To combine these goals together requires a simple composite measure for each student of school-weighted GPA, test scores in reading and math, and perhaps a revised writing sample. Plus, it requires a more nuanced measure of disadvantage or advantage, calculated not by zip code, which are very large and diverse, but by the much smaller and more precise catchment area in which they live and on which the school district already has a lot of data. Simply weight the educational excellence measure by a measure of disadvantage and reward the best students while boosting all students fighting significant disadvantage up the ranking. No lottery. Use those rankings for admissions to compose the wait list at each school. Allow students to rank order their school of preference. For those high schools with attached middle schools with an entry point in 5th or 7th grade, allocating spaces to those middle schoolers is appropriate. The circumstances vary and must be tailored to each school. By contrast, the approach the district has chosen to achieve equity is perverse and unfair. When the district finally announced the preferred zip codes several weeks after the selection process was announced on October 6th, only 6 zip codes out of approximately 50 in the city were designated for preference in the lottery. But I ask you, does anyone believe that those zip codes are the only places where socioeconomic or racial injustice are located in the city? These zip codes do not include any in West Philadelphia or Southwest Philadelphia or Chinatown. In fact, the majority of disadvantaged people in the city are most likely left out of this system. Many Philadelphia parents, including my wife and I, depend on magnet schools because local catchment schools have a very poor record of preparing students for college. If you are a parent who needs your child to be prepared for college, you need your magnet school. This need is most pronounced for disadvantaged groups that have no other choice. Magnet schools provide a vital pathway of opportunity in the city. Let's not lose sight of that. Magnet school selection matters deeply to a majority of parents of different races and socioeconomic status throughout the city. That is why we see such an outcry on this issue today. Philadelphia also, I should underline, has an enormous opportunity here. If we can achieve diversity with excellence in our public magnet schools in a way that is eluded so many other major cities, Philadelphia could become a leading example for the entire country. The stakes are high. I want the city of Philadelphia to be known for the diversity and excellence of its schools. I do not believe in this great city that that goal is out of reach, and I thank all of you for your participation.
Thank you, Mitchell. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Michael Young. Michael, if you're connected, please state your name for the record.
Hi there.
We hear you.
Hi, my name's Michael Young, and I'm the parent of a 5th grader at Masterman. And I oppose this admission system for all the reasons which you've already heard. I just want to touch on 2, one of which I think has not had enough play. The first one is that we're throwing our 8th graders under the bus. We are breaking promises to them, and I want to make sure that that point is made strongly enough. The second point is that we're lowering the criteria for entry into some of the highest ranking schools. We're lowering the criteria. It used to be in Masterman, for example, that all A's in 8th grade, great performance throughout 5th through 8th grade, would get you into the high school. You had 50% chance at worst, and you probably were 100% chance if you were in the top half of the school. Today, for these 8th graders, they're facing less than a 10% chance of continuing from 8th grade to 9th grade. The Carver students were made a promise, and that promise is being broken as well. I don't want to belabor all of this because I have very little time. What I would like to do is propose a solution. And the solution isn't that difficult. It's not perfect. It doesn't solve all the problems. But we're in a pickle here, that the district has put us in a position where any major change to what they're already doing will be difficult, will take time and lots of thinking. It will turn the plan upside down again, and they've already turned a bunch of students upside down in order to get this far. So I'm going to propose a plan or two which we can implement quickly and which will solve most of the problems. We should move immediately to a 50-50 plan, where 50% of the admissions will be chosen by lottery in accordance with all the criteria that have been set out by the individual schools for entry into those schools. The second 50% will go back to being chosen by the principals, so that they will pick their own 8th graders based on merit and taking into account the essay, but not using the essay as a hard stop on admissions, and applying other factors such as you've heard a few ideas about weighting continuous scores, etc. The principal will choose the second 50%. The zip code kids will go first. I don't think this was a great policy. I don't think it's a great idea, but it's in place, and I don't know if it's too late to change it without having an outcry from those communities. So the zip code kids will go first, but we should put a cap on how many get into any particular school, cap it at 20%. So in other words, the zip code kids go first. If they qualify, they get into the school of their choice with a cap of 20%. The lottery chooses the next 50% of the students into the school, and then the principals do what principals can do within a committee that they choose, a couple of teachers, the principal, a couple of experts. They will choose the other 50% of their students who will enter their 9th grade. What we can't do is go back and ask these 8th graders to do anything more than they've already done. They survived the pandemic. They've worked their butts off for the last 4 years to keep all A's, to get good grades, to go on to school. They've been forced to take this essay, which is wrong-minded, and harsh. We shouldn't impose any new testing or any new criteria on these 8th graders. We should be able to make this decision with the information we have at hand. As a second plan, if you wish to add seats, you can do that as well. What we could do is, there's roughly, I believe, 20 million square feet of vacant office space in Center City, Philadelphia. And I think that's the number from before the pandemic. We have no idea how soon all the people will be coming back, or if they'll come back to fill those buildings. A school like Masterman is already overcrowded, but you could take a Masterman, you could add 60 plus seats to the 9th grade, do so for the next 4 years, and move Masterman to a Center City location in a high-rise. We can move a couple of other schools into Center City as well and increase their 9th grade for the next 4 years as well. You can then go back and renovate those old schools for the school's return, or for use by another school, or use as a new school. And then you go to the same plan that I just laid out, the 50-50 plan. Zip code kids go first, capped at 20%, then the lottery at 50% of what's left, and then the principals make a selection. I have faith in the principals, and I think they can make an unbiased selection. So please consider this plan. It helps mitigate any harm from the new lottery policy. It's measured, it's thoughtful, it's fair. It can be implemented with a minimum of adjustments to the announced plan, and it requires nothing more from a stressed-out group of 8th graders, and it fulfills the promises made to them. It tamps down the controversy with the parents and students, and then it allows us to spend our time trying to reimagine a school system, and Philadelphia needs reimagining. The Philadelphia scores for math proficiency and for reading proficiency are in the mid-20s and low 30s, and that's not good for the city. The city needs better schools. We should start from scratch. And I haven't asked for city council. And the ask is that you form a commission of experts and bring them in and study the subject of how can we turn the Philadelphia school system into a model education system for urban environments. We could be the model for the world. And have this commission working with the district, working with the board, pulling in experts when they need to, rethink, reimagine the Philadelphia school system. It's not that crazy an idea. We can use lots of tools that are available today to get it done, and we can be the #1 school system in the state of Pennsylvania, top of the crowd in this country, and better able to compete against the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Michael. Next, we have Maggie Lee Zhang.
Chairman, could I interrupt for a second as you call Maggie Lee Zhang, just to state that we are running against the clock. There's a 2 o'clock meeting, and, I would just request that the witnesses just keep in mind that, we have about 8 more witnesses, so, it's typically about 3 minutes, but so we could get everybody in. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Council Member. Maggie, if you're on, can you just state your name for the record and then proceed?
Maggie is not present, Councilman.
Okay. All right. That's one less. That's good. Ivan Zoe? Ivan, are you present?
Not present, Councilman.
Okay. That's good. Stephanie King?
Hello?
Hey, Stephanie. Hi, just state your name for the record. We hear you, and then proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Stephanie King, and I am the parent of 2 children at General Philip Kearny School and a member of Parents United for Public Education. I want to thank council members for being here today and being interested in this issue. But I am here today to testify in favor of the change in admissions policy. I have been among the education activists petitioning the district to make magnet school admissions more equitable for years. And I am very disheartened by the reaction to this new policy, including the way it has been misrepresented by so many people today, including Councilmember O. This new policy has been portrayed as giving spots to undeserving students or meaning that hard work is no longer important or lowering standards. So let me say it again. The lottery for these schools is for all qualified students. Qualified means that they have met the high standards for admission. These students have still had to make excellent grades, show excellent attendance, and keep a clean disciplinary record. Students who are not qualified will not be eligible for the lottery. Waiting for zip codes acknowledges that some students have struggled in underprivileged schools this city and this council gave them and still came out qualified. But these people who were able to buy their house in a nice neighborhood or use school selection to transfer into a gentrifying school believe that only their children's hard work counts. To be blunt, much of the objection to this policy is privileged and racist. The only exception is objection to the timed writing test, which people on all sides agree must be abolished. But I noticed that not many of these voices objecting to high-stakes testing were there when it was the PSSA instead. Some of these objections are from privileged parents who are simply upset that they rigged their game toward the wrong test. Statistics do not lie. Philadelphia's magnet schools are not representative of Philadelphia's demographics or zip codes and have become overwhelmingly a concentration of privilege. This policy levels the playing field while still requiring excellence. The people protesting it out of self-interest should be ashamed of themselves. And while we're at it, it's telling that this process seems to have blindsided people on council when it was in work for over a year with a whole bunch of focus groups in a survey in the spring 2021 that I participated in. I'm sorry, but if this change took you legislators completely by surprise, you were not paying attention. I am doing this for free and you're paid 6 figures. But now there are all these new voices suddenly claiming to care about what's fair in Philly schools. Now that it's no longer a cakewalk directly into magnet school for your most privileged constituents, you're wringing your hands over a couple extra points for an underprivileged zip code when you had no problem when the zip codes getting preference were the zip codes of Meredith or Greenfield or Sadie Alexander, because that was what was happening. If these council members complaining and parents protesting just don't want to send your kids to school with poor people, even when they're qualified, then just say that instead of this fake concern and take the word fair out of your mouth. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Mark Steen. Mark, are you connected?
Hello.
Hello, Mark. Yeah, state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Hi, my name is Mark Stein. I am the parent of an 8th grader in the school district. As it happens, I also taught English literature and writing at the university and high school level in this city and overseas for a long time. You, however, don't have to have had my experience to know and understand that the computer grading of a writing assignment, as was used in the district, is so fundamentally and fatally flawed as to be irredeemably hopeless. However, what I really want to talk about today very briefly is to tell you about what was happening on the ground in the schools, at homes, leading up to, during, and after the writing exam, and add some color and detail that you may not have heard about yet. Dr. Fernan testified that the exams were not, the writing exam was not given simultaneously, and therefore the prompts, and there were only 18 of them, circulated like wildfire. As you can imagine, you can't blame the students for that happening. The students then could practice writing essays to the prompts that they would actually receive. Some students, moreover, were able to locate automated grading software that mimicked the software that was actually used, put their essays into that software, and get an assessment, a grade. They could then tinker with their essays and understand what the software was looking for. Moreover, cheat sheets on how to game the system, one of them written by an adult with familiarity with the software, were also circulated, giving tips like what kind of vocabulary words to use, what kind of punctuation patterns to use to pump up your score. Again, I don't think you can blame the students, the teachers, or parents for driving through the enormous holes that were left open in the process and taking advantage of them. I happen to know, and this is firsthand knowledge, that something very different was going on in certain charter schools. Some schools didn't know anything whatsoever about this exam until November 14th. Calls to the district were not returned. Some students had to register for the exam, verify an account, and then had to be removed to another location to take the writing exam. Now, briefly, what happened during the actual exam. It hasn't been noted yet that some students found that automated punctuation spell check software was enabled on their computers during the exam. That was not the case for other students. Moreover, as you also know, the internet connections were lost at least one school. And now, after the exam was over, as we have heard today, the students immediately received their scores. You can imagine what that was like. Some students found they had achieved scores above their desired cutoff. They were, understandably, jubilant, joyous, happy. Others, of course, sorry, very sorry. Sorry about that. Other students, finding out that their score was below the cutoff, were publicly shamed and humiliated simultaneously in front of their peers. I don't think it is too much of an overstatement to say that it was a traumatic event for those children and a completely needless and useless problem. To me, the way this exam was carried out was so fundamentally flawed in theory and in execution that it cannot and must not be used in the admissions process. If this kind of process were allowed in any other context, I think it could be fairly labeled as fraudulent. So I would ask that if this body, the council, has the authority to revoke the exam, it should exercise it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mark, much appreciated. Next is Zuping Zhao. Zhou? Is Zuping connected?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Can I say something? Okay.
Just state your name and then
yes.
proceed with your testimony.
Okay. My first name Zuping, Juping. Last name Zhou, Zhou. Yeah, Zuping Zhou. See, I'm don't have children right now, but my daughter went to Central High School on the 2000. So I really appreciate the Philadelphia, the time they just, you study good and you do the good, the school take it to you. I think about if just make say is go to lottery. So people gonna be single. Who handle the lottery? The lottery gonna be fair or not fair? Maybe, inside maybe say, for example, if I'm handle the lottery, maybe I can play the lottery. Maybe my friend or my family or somebody can go to the school. Not because the schools study the good, they can go to good school. So I have 4 property here. I think I pay the school the tax. I think I love this Philadelphia, around the Philadelphia good. I think if Philadelphia is good because we have good school here and also you pay, so the people gonna be, more people want to stay in Philadelphia and also people want to get more job. So you're gonna get more tax from everybody here, right? But if the school go to the lottery, I think the school maybe quality maybe gonna draw it down. So maybe everybody want to move out. So really it's not a good idea. I don't think the lottery is equally is fair. Like the before have the professional person, the tax doesn't, when you take a tax, when that's a SAT or any tax reading or math, the tax doesn't know your is white or black or your race. That is fair. Just like is the law. You meet here and then you go there. If you don't meet here, that you don't go there. And the school teacher, they really want to go to the school, the quality, right? They want to every year get more students go to the university. So school teacher, they will want to be good. So why we just let the school do better job? Because if the school I have my family, someone they send the children to the international student, they pay the money for the school, even the public school too. So if your school good, you also can get a lot of international students for here. If you draw the school the quality, you make everything mess up. I really don't think the lottery is equally. I don't think so. That's why I really want to make some point. I'm sorry about it. Maybe I say something don't like it. Okay, I finish.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Blair Ryan. And then Blair, if you're there, just state your name for the record and continue. And then Ling Lin is follow.
Yes, my name is Blair Ryan, and I'm the proud father of 3 wonderful children, and all of whom attended schools in Philadelphia, the Philadelphia area. When my youngest son, Trey, just graduated from Carver Engineering and Science with the class of 2020. When my son and I discovered Carver in 2015, the admissions process was very clear, simple, and straightforward. Yes? Can you hear me?
Yes,
we hear you fine. Clear, straight. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you fine. Please proceed.
Okay, great. All right. So when my son and I first discovered Carver in 2015, the admissions process was very clear, simple, straightforward, and equitable. So the prerequisites were exemplary academic performance, behavior, attendance, and recommendation letters from teachers. Now, we lived in the Ogontz section of Philadelphia, with Carver being at 16th and Norris Streets. At the time, the school was comprised of 77% black students, with the remaining 23% dispersed among white, Asian, and Hispanic students. Now, the student population was drawn from across every zip code in the city, as the principal at the time, Principal Domers, attested to many times over the years that my son attended the school. Now, think about this for a second. What could be more, quote, equitable, unquote, than the standard adhered to where any child, no matter from what zip code he or she hailed, could be accepted into any special admission schools across the city based solely on merit, academic achievement, behavior, attendance, and teacher recommendations. An essay was required as an integral part of the application, but not separate and apart, not timed, and certainly not graded solely by a computer. In addition to the student population representing every zip code, the school was cited by the president of the school board as an outstanding example of diversity among all the schools. Later in my son's time at Carver, as president of the Carver Home and School Association, we worked diligently with the HSA board and general membership to support efforts along with the principal of maintaining Carver's status as an equitable and academic gem. Such efforts are supporting the SAT workshops at Carver and college tours for Carver students, among others. All of these efforts culminated in Carver receiving the Blue Ribbon Award in 2019. Now, given all of the above stated, if fair access, inclusiveness, and academic achievement is the pretended goal of the school board, in Carver's case, what needed to be changed? And what needed to be changed in similarly constituted and directed special admission schools? Do the proposed changes aid, abet, promote, and maintain Carver's current stellar track record in the above-mentioned areas? How do the actions of the school board, non-transparency in the process of formulating the new proposals, the sudden, disruptive, ill-timed implementations of the proposals that threaten the smooth or certain transition of the 8th graders into the 9th grade? The principal attested to the fact that the middle school was formed to groom and acclimate the accepted students for matriculation into the high school. Given a candid and factual presentation of the current status and position of Carver, may the school board respond, hopefully candidly and factually, to the above questions. Trey and I were lucky. We were spared the plight of being told abruptly and unsuspectingly in the midst of the admission process that the process was changed, effective immediately, causing the severest anxiety, disruption, and dislocation as foisted upon the parents and students of this current Carver 8th grade. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we will have Ling's Lin. Ling, if you're available. Ali?
Yes.
Just say your name and then proceed with.
Did you hear me?
Yes, we hear you good.
Because, okay. I speak Chinese Mandarin, so my daughter will be helping me translate for me.
Ling?
Yes.
State your name and then proceed.
Okay. My name is Ning Ning. And today I will be speaking the Chinese Mandarin, and then my daughter will be helping me translate for me. 你好，各位议员，下午好，我的名字叫宁宁。
Good afternoon, council members. Hi, my name is Lin Lin. My oldest daughter, Danica Zhao, will be speaking behalf of me.
我是2个高中生，一个小学生的妈妈，一个不会说流利英文的第一代华裔移民。
I am a first-generation Chinese immigrant and the mother of 3 children. I have 2 daughters who are high school students, the youngest son at elementary school. As a first-generation Chinese immigrant, I cannot speak English fluently.
3年前，我家老大报考 Central 没有被录取，当时他跟我说，他同班同学平常成绩没有我好，他们都被录取了。我当时和他说，这只能说明你不够优秀。如果你侥幸被录取了，学校的学习气氛和压力，只怕你也承受不起。
My oldest daughter applied to Central High 3 years ago and did not get accepted. During that time, she told me that her classmates with grades that were not as outstanding as hers got accepted by Central. At that moment, I told her, probably you have to try harder. If you get accepted, I'm afraid you will not be able to handle the workload and will suffer from stress and pressure.
我家老二当时就在我旁边，2年之后他也要高中了，所以他花了比他姐姐2倍的努力，终于今年他进入了8年为之而努力奋斗的生活。
My second daughter was standing next to me, and she will be applying high school within 2 years. After overhearing the conversation, she put in twice the effort compared to her sister. This year, she finally got admitted into the Central High, where she had been working hard the past 8 years.
我家老三今年10岁，12月9号，我带他和他2个姐姐去教育局门口去抗议。他了解了为什么这么多家长和学生出来抗议。
My son is 10 years old. On December 9th, I took him and his 2 sisters to join the protest. He visualized and learned why so many parents and students came out to protest.
回家，他和我说：“妈妈，我们住在19133群人区，那我是不是不用努力读书就可以有优先权？”我说：“孩子，不是的，你没有任何优先权。”
When we return home, he asked, "Mom, we live in the poverty area, the zip code 19133. So does that define that I have the advantage to get accepted into the top school in the city while having good grades?" I say, "Son, you have no advantage."
我儿子生气地跟我说：“那我努力学习也没有用，家住在贫困区也没用。如果我没有那么好的运气，抽签抽不到，那我就不能去我喜欢的学校了。那我天天努力学习，为了什么？我不要学习了。”
My son was sad and frustrated. Then he sadly told me, "It is obviously useless for me to study hard, and it's useless to live in a poor area. I have low luck and can't draw the lottery, meaning that I can't get into my top choice for school." Using his angry tone, he asked, "Then why should I study hard? I don't want to study anymore."
他说：“为什么我出生在亚裔家庭？为什么你住在贫困区还天天工作？不是贫困区有优先权吗？是不是就因为我们是亚裔，所以没有优先权？”
So why am I born into an Asian household? Why do you have to live in this poor area and work every day? I thought living in a poor area means that we have some kind of advantage. Isn't it because I am Asian American, so I don't have the advantage?
我想请问各位，我该怎么回答我的孩子？我想请问教育局，学校难道不是让孩子成就梦想、培养人才的地方？难道学校不是该注重培养孩子德智美的地方吗？
So as an Asian mother, I would like to ask everyone, what kind of responses should I give to my child? I would like to ask the school district, isn't school a place for children to achieve their dreams and cultivate talents? Shouldn't school pay attention to nurturing children's morality, wisdom, and values?
而如今你们在教孩子们不劳而获，仇恨自己的肤色，仇恨自己的族裔，仇恨其他的族裔，你们在激化种族矛盾，你们该为此负责。
Now that you're teaching children to obtain things while making effort to hate their own skin, to hate their own ethnicity, and to hate other ethnic groups, are you intensifying tension between ethnic groups? Isn't the school district accountable for these actions?
而像我这样许许多多的亚裔移民，我们也只是单纯的希望美国越来越好，可以成就我们的美国梦，可以让我们的子孙成就他们的美国梦，建设美国。可是你们教育局现在在摧毁孩子们的梦想，你们也在打击我们父母所做的一切努力。
Speaking of the perspective of many Asian Americans, we hope and seek the potential of the United States striving for betterness. Our American dream is to let our children and grandchildren achieve their own American dreams and build the United States. But our school district is now destroying children's dreams and all the parents' effort into achieving our children's dreams.
著名的马丁·金德基说：“我有一个梦想，所有人不论肤色、不论贫富，都可以公平自由地追逐自己的梦想。所以，请你们公平地对待每个学生。梦想要靠自己努力争取，而不是靠特权、靠运气。”谢谢。
Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "I have a dream that my 4 children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. Please let every student pursue their dream fairly and freely. Dreams should not be realized by effort, nor by luck, nor by privilege. Thank you."
Thank you so much for your. Last, Felicia Evans.
Hello, my name is Lakeisha Evans. Thank
Lakeisha,
you
sorry.
for the opportunity. No worries. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee this afternoon now. I'm not going to belabor my response. I think so many people echoed a lot of the sentiments I have and the way that I feel. I'm speaking from the perspective of I run after-school programs in the heart of North Philadelphia, so I see the need in this area, but I also am the mother of an 8th grade student who's enrolled in Hill Freeman Academy, and raising a young boy of color in the city of Philadelphia. So the stakes are very high and different for me as a mother as well as an employee here working in the heart of North Philadelphia. I'm all for a more equitable process, but I think everyone needs to be very clear that equity does not mean equal for all. And while this new process may seem to be equitable for some children, it in turn truly is not equal or fair at all. There's a significant number of details that have not been shared with parents at all about how exactly this process was determined and also how it will be rolled out. So how do we really know truly if it is equitable? There's over 80 zip codes in the city of Philadelphia. How were only 6 determined? Was income a factor? Why not explore more income-based lottery system? I think it really doesn't answer a lot of parents' questions or concerns about if they live in zip codes that weren't selected, and no, there aren't any students in their current zip code that are attending these illustrious schools. How is that equitable for these students in their communities? I still am not really clear on how these zip codes were selected, as I know many other parents aren't. How many slots, it also wasn't shared, how many slots at schools have been reserved for this lottery. That also is not clear for people, which I think has led to this increased concern for parents like myself whose son is enrolled in Hill Freeman World Academy, that is a special admit school, who are feeling like, well, are our students going to get pushed out to accommodate this new lottery system? That wasn't made clear either. And how was it determined how many students would be enrolled at special admit schools that would potentially be pushed out by this process? I think none of those questions were either asked and or answered or provided to parents, which I think makes this process during this particular time, as we're coming up on almost 2 years of dealing with an unprecedented global pandemic, just really adds to a lot more fears and concerns that we all have. Faculties, school staff, parents, and students have been stretched way beyond capacity over this time and are just trying to figure out how best to serve their families' needs, their students' needs, and to make the right decision. So school administrators themselves not even having a clear understanding of this process while they're supposed to be providing guidance to parents and students also has been very anxiety-ridden, riddled for me as a parent of a student enrolled in a school where I have school counselors or even principals who are unsure of how this process is going to roll out and look, when acceptances start to roll in. My son, again, a student of color, who's going to be faced with so much in his young life as well as in his adult life, merely because of who he is, and so many others who look like him, but who also work really, really hard. He's an honor roll student in the midst of a pandemic who's working really, really hard. I too feel a lot of the parent sentiments. What am I supposed to tell my son while I'm also trying to keep him safe in a city that there's increased violence? Students enroll in the Philadelphia public school system as early as kindergarten are not being set up for success. The system is flawed and has failed many of them, rendering them hopeless and helpless, which indeed has to be one of the largest contributors to the increased violence and death in this city. This is the reason why parents are going to feel the way they're going to feel about this process, are going to have these concerns, are going to have these fears. Because as a parent, you just want to protect, provide, and nurture your children, and you cannot do any of this during this process, which is just extremely difficult. And me as an educated person, I'm struggling even more because one would think you come with some of that expertise, and I can't answer my son's questions, and it's just hard for me as a parent. So I just wanted to take the time today to share that sentiment as a mother, as well as someone who works in a community of need and understands the need for the support of the students that I support every single day that look like my son. And just wanted to make sure that I'm making sure that my son's voice is being amplified during this process. So thank you for the opportunity to address the council today.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Is there anybody else to testify? Hearing none. Any questions from the committee?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Oh, yes. Hi. Thank you so much. My name is Maggie Lee Zhang. Thank you for
all right, Maggie. I called you earlier. I apologize. All right, you proceed with your testimony.
Okay, thank you. My name is Maggie Lee Zhang. I am a first-generation immigrant parent of a 9th grader and a 4th grader of the school district of Philadelphia. I'm also a licensed professional counselor, and my specialty is helping Asian American families with middle school students and high school students. I'm hoping that all adults involved in this year's school selection process can realize what kind of impact it has had on our 8th grade students and their families so far. So the process can be paused in order to cause no more harm. I'm here to share with you what some 8th grade students and their parents shared with me. The students can't be here today since they are in school, although it was a delight to hear from Natalie. And a lot of parents, they have very limited English skills. Again, I was so happy to hear Ms. Ling Ling's testimony with her daughter's help. I believe their voices are just as important, and I wanted to, to share more parents and the students' voices. The students felt concerned and confused before the Am I Right test, as even the teachers couldn't give them clear information until maybe the middle of November. And then they experienced anxiety and panic when they were told during the test that their work couldn't be saved when there was only 20 minutes left. They felt the school district lacks empathy to have the students take the test and get the score right away on a full school day when some students suffered from anxiety and despair of not receiving the minimum score that they need to get into their desired school. Because of the new selection process, especially the Am I Right and the lottery system, the students felt the school district, and I quote, seem to manage to wreck students' morale and hopes, which causes the students to distract the school district and even actively hate it. End of quote. And I would like to read a letter from a testimony from a Chinese parent in Chinese because she couldn't write in English, and they are translated into English. 我们移民来到美国，英语是短板，小孩也同样。他在
生活、学习上都得靠自己的努力。作为家长，我们能做的就是努力赚钱，尽自己最大的努力，为孩子准备能力范围之内的好条件。We immigrated to the U.S. barely speaking any English. So did our daughter. She had to work really hard all by herself. As parents, the best we could do is to work day and night so we can afford to hire a tutor to help her pass her ESL tests. And she works extremely hard in order to get into a good high school and then college. And now it seems that all that will be changed. All these students and families are negatively affected by this new selection process. It is the right thing to do to pause it right now and reconsider it based on the suggestions and the requests given by the experts, the parents, and the wider community. And that is truly called doing right by our students. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else to testify? Hearing none, any comments or questions from the committee?
If I could, Chairman, I'll make a comment.
Go ahead, thank you.
This is a hearing based on a resolution in response to an outpouring of concern, confusion, anger, and most of all, frustration that people were not being heard. Parents, students, including experts in the field. And I think that is very concerning. I understand passion and I understand research and believing you're right. As a councilman, there's things that I do, and sometimes I have to walk it back. Sometimes the people speak and I have to walk it back. And I feel that is the right thing to do when the evidence, when the information is presented that perhaps I did not consider everything, or I did not hear from every expert that was available, those type of things. I do think it is important for the school district to listen, and I want people to understand that the school district is an independent body of government. We do not have a power over it to tell the school district what to do. I do think there's something lacking in that. However, there is something that can be done, and I think it has to be done quickly. I don't know the outcome, but based on what I've heard today, I will make an effort to either present a letter or a resolution calling for the halt of this process. There are good goals, of course, but the process should not be worse than the one that already exists. And sometimes the one that you know is the one that you can work within, and a new process creates confusion and problems. But there has been plenty of just data and information, very objective, that clearly states that there's something wrong with this process as it is. However, it does lead to problems, even if it is paused, but that is a problem created by what I think is the school district rushing in to do this, taking the opportunity during COVID, when there's a lot of confusion, to introduce a massive change like this while people are distracted, discouraged, and other things. Perhaps I'm wrong in that assessment, but I find that to be a very reasonable assessment as to why something like this would be announced and already implemented with such little input and consideration. People, if you like this process, speak up. If you don't like this process, speak up, because action will have to be taken rather quickly. That's what I have to say, Chairman. I appreciate the time, and let me thank Chairwoman Maria Quino-Sanchez. Timing was very important. We're about to go to our last session tomorrow, and so this hearing was granted. She included in it, and I appreciate all the council members who sponsored, who voted. It passed unanimously, and all the council members who are on the call and listening and participated. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Owen. Thank you for your resolution. It's an important conversation, and what we'll do is we'll leave this to the call of the sponsor if we need to have another hearing in the Education Committee and work with the Chairman Sanchez on that. If there's no other comments and no one else here to testify, that will call an end to our hearing. And thanks everyone who gave their time and efforts. There being no further questions, the members of the committee and no other witnesses to testify, this concludes the business before the Committee on Education today. Thank you all for your attendance. Thank you for your testimony, your passion and desire. Looking forward to working with the school district to come up with a system that could work for all. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you. Have a happy and healthy new year.